Raw dogging is where your microphone's off and you're talking directly onto your phone's microphone. Raw dogging. Normally, it's performing sex without a condom. Raw dogging is applicable to social media too within Web 2 because if you're operating without a microphone, you're in essence doing speakerphone without a wired mic. You're doing a conversation without a microphone. Raw dogging, no microphone. How are you guys this morning? I hope you're good. My feet are very big and sometimes they get in the way. How have you been applying existing content? You have my full attention. What do you want to do with it? Have you thought about remixing an existing video? Habits, Charles Duhigg. Atomic Habits, James Clear, BJ Fogg. Subatomic Habits is a franchise that we came up with. Why? Because Chapter 69 is a joke franchise. Because Atomic Habits are at the atom level. Subatomic Habits are where we can make a quantum jump because we are not only the collection of our atoms. We are not only a collection of carbon geniusly assembled. That's why we're able to come up with the joke franchise of subatomic habits within stepping towards a destiny that is similar to James Clear's book, Atomic Habits. So when we say subatomic habits, some people will say, oh my God, are you making fun of James Clear's book? I need to read that book. Or are you thinking, I wish I would have come up with that idea. I wish I would have come up with that idea. In which case, that's good because now we can collaborate on habits 2026, 2026 of them. Because so many people are going to be coming up with new habits starting in January. Oh, I'm going to get into the habit of waking up earlier. Oh, I'm going to get into the habit of exercising 3 times per week. I'm going to get into the habit of getting my shit together. I'm going to get into the habit of blah, blah, blah. Too much pressure. Too much pressure. How do we lessen the pressure while increasing the results? That would be by the end of this video, grab a pen. That would be by the end of this segment on habits, being able to use AI to write a sequel book. So when I say write a sequel book, don't be intimidated by having to write or read because Hot Girl Entrepreneurship Club, focus. Not feeling pressured to write, not feeling pressured to read. Get you to take a little baby step. Chapter 1, the habit loop. So what a loop of habit is you have a habit of watching Instagram live. You have a habit of watching YouTube live. That's great that the algorithm and your intentionality at the subatomic particle level has connected you here. That's terrific. How do we loop it into something that we're creating something new for Cynthia? Hi, how are you? The way that we can connect it is to loop together us connecting. How? By doing one small habit before the end of this segment. Not even by the end of this video, by the end of this segment, which is this. Have you ever connected a video that you're watching to a pad of paper that is laying around your house somewhere, or even a dirty envelope that somebody tried to send you mail? You haven't opened it, now it's a scrap piece of paper. Why are we doing this? Because how many times do you even investigate your YouTube playlist, your YouTube history? You've maybe used it 3 times a week. I'm saying use it once this year in a purposeful way that's unique and informative and beneficial and momentum creating, not just for this video, but for prior videos where we're looping together the habit of creating momentum from other people's work. You've heard of OPM, other people's money. Well, OPW is why we love YouTube, because it's other people's work and other people's work where we could say, hey, the weather in Texas is 42 degrees. OMG, the high beams are on. OMG, Brandy has jumped on to say good morning. Brandy, what's the weather like in your city? We're looping together something that's going to connect, which is this. At 42 degrees, what happens? You're 10 degrees away from water freezing. Let's be 10 degrees away from looping together one new habit with 2026 concepts, which is really just one concept before the new year. Problem: people are going to come up with a New Year's resolution. Have you even thought of one new self improvement, one new resolution? The thing that we're looping together in a habit of is the resolution of writing down one thing from a YouTube video, where YouTube has a YouTube history that we sometimes, maybe rarely, will use. Maybe even less, we'll use a playlist. When we put pen to paper, the habit of developing a habitual loop of increasing something to get better. The car takes long to be able to drive traffic at 5 p.m. I call it a traffic jam. Interesting. Interesting. Putting you in a timeout. Why? Because it doesn't really feel like you're doing a very good job listening, even though it hurts me much more than it hurts you. Oh my God, is this a habit loop for me that helps me helping you? Help me help you. Help me help you. Help me help you. Connect with something that you type out that I'm saying. Forget about the habit loop of writing something down. Forget about that. Forget about that. You like that Jerry Maguire, don't you? Jerry, help me help you. Forget about the habit loop of hearing something and then writing it down. Forget about that. Way too big of a goal for your 2026, even though 2028 hasn't even started yet. We're still in 2025. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Matthew Power jumping in, winning. Matthew Power jumping in and winning. I like how much attention you need. Putting you in a timeout so that way we can get better. Not 3 timeouts and you're out, but the habit loop of this. I genuinely want you to be a viewer, and timing you out hurts me more than it hurts you. But helping me help you is a habit that we are watching me do in a habit loop. I'm not one of those YouTube influencers that's just going to be bossing you around to do things that are good for you. I'm bossing myself around while I'm wrangling you and cajoling you and insisting that you join watching me form a habit loop. What's a loop of habits? What's a loop of habits? Is this a Charles Duhigg book? Yeah. And I made myself combine it with a James Clear book on atomic habits. Have you heard of the book Atomic Habits? It's been super popular, and it's the concept of interrupting things that we used to do combined with things that we should be doing. And I heard these concepts because I read them, put pen to paper. Oh, back to the habit loop, where you say habit loop. That's writing it down one thing. Two, atomic habits. And then we came up with the joke first thing for my cold open, which is subatomic habits. That's by adding one, not even adding one word and coming up with a new franchise, but changing the first word ever so slightly, where I'm saying atomic habits. That's not my book. That's not my franchise. That's James Clear's franchise. Combining it with James Clear and BJ Fogg for, hey, how do you remind yourself to drink more water? That would be small habits, small habits, small habits, big results. So taking the franchise that belongs to somebody else, atomic habits. Who's watching this and not liking themselves as you're helping me help you? Franchise concept. When I say franchise, I don't mean a crappy Subway franchise where you have to pay $200,000 in order to get a job that's 80 hours a week for $100,000. It's not that kind of crappy franchise. I'm talking about a franchise that you jokingly create that is conjured up from YouTube. That's why we like social media, where we co-found, solo found a franchise such as subatomic habits. Because we can take something, Dan Martell, Take Back Your Time, Tim Ferriss, 4 Hour Work Week, where we can say, take back our social media, which is Dan Martell, Take Back Your Time, take back our social media Web 2 practice, where we conjured up another joke franchise, which is a hilarious, legit franchise, which is Web 12. Now, I've said a lot of things. Let's take the things that I've said that are complicated and let's try to map out what we're doing in a playful way that involves humor. The humor comes from me to you, but I'm not going to be dropping jokes willy nilly, haphazardly, without any reason or rhyme. I'm going to be conveying you semi technical concepts within one, developing a habit, two, looping a habit before 2026 excuses to go back to our original bad habit. Because remember when I was filling water? That's point number three, chapter two, tiny sparks, where the sparks that we're doing, they're super tiny. And this is not where we drop a tiny reference. It's B equals MAT, where the concept of it is small habit, small habit, small habit, becoming a exponential result. Don't be intimidated by three atomic building blocks, which are these three. One, Charles Duhigg's book, Power of Habit. James Clear's book, Atomic Habits. Because what is a New Year's resolution? What is it? It's a promise that we make ourselves to ourselves that gets broken before February ends. What are we doing on December 9, 2025? We're realizing that December 9 is actually a magical specific date. This is me helping you, helping me. Or is it me helping you, helping me? Or is it help me, help you? Either way of those different three ways are going to lead into two girls, one cup of knowledge. Put a pin in that. Three atomic building blocks. Three building blocks. Maybe atomic rubs you incorrectly. Maybe subatomic makes you think new age telepathy, new age quantum leaping, new age manifestation. Easy for me to say, manifestation. Because the building blocks that we're using are arithmetic. They are the simplest forms of math, arithmetic, which is point number five, chapter four, realizing our old identity. This isn't me being psychic. This is just me guesstimating at sunrise what you do on YouTube. You hope that YouTube gives you something good today. You hope that the YouTube algorithm gives you the perfect thing that you're going to need. That's your old identity. Your new identity is number six, chapter five, declaring your liberation. I hesitate here with liberation. Why? Because you guys really haven't been using AI in a way that I use AI. I'm going to say it because we're all friends here and I want to give you the knowledge. That way you can click off and go do something else, even though I'm going to be here for the next 2 hours. And that is this. What if you took the most powerful thing ever invented in human history and you turned it into a co founder? Now, I'm not talking about co founding a business, because if you would have co founded a business or wanted to, you would have done so already. It's semi too late for that. Co founding a business is something that you've maybe toyed with mentally. What we're doing here is starting a joke franchise where if it fails, we can say, oh, we weren't really trying. Have you ever done that maneuver before where you're jumping off a diving board and you're like, oh, I wonder if I could do a flip in the water, and then you get scared of entering the water? Where we're attempting to do a backflip off of a diving board without any risk because there's water underneath. It's not piranha filled water, it's a pool. It's a pool. Thank you for citing Dan Martell. Thank you. Matthew Power, becoming best friends. Half ass trying. Leroy Jam. Hi, Larry. How are you? Leroy Jam. I'm doing pretty good. Duck D says, two girls, one cup of improvement. Matthew Power. Two girls, one cup of knowledge. Audit making New Year's resolutions that get broken before February 6th. Oh, February 6th is a key date. It's key because it's Thursday and it's within the concept of day 67, 66 of hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Do you like these jokes? These are good jokes, right? The reason these jokes are funny is even if you don't laugh, you profit from knowing that they're going to be told, they being jokes, are going to be told over and over and over again until somebody makes money. Let me repeat that joke because it's going to be funny on a 30th tell. In poker, we play games against each other and we're looking for tells. We're looking for signals. Are you bluffing? We're looking for, is this truthful knowledge? Do you like jokes? The joke concept, which is why this channel is so unique, is because these jokes aren't based in fiction. These jokes are 100.0% true. True story, February 6th is within a franchise of comma quote 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. End quote. Why am I talking as if somebody's going to be recording this? Because we're on YouTube right now. And have you seen those ads where YouTube says, would you like $275,000 in AI credits? Would you? That's over $250,000. How does YouTube give every willy nilly 275K? How does it benefit the alphabet company in giving away money? How does this connect to what we're talking about, which is 26 days of OpenAI ducking bankruptcy? Day 5, day 15, day 68. It's this. These AI companies get criticized hey, everything that you're doing, it's total bullshit, meaning the accounting of revenue, because they're called related transactions. So when NVIDIA says to Oracle, saying to OpenAI, let's all make each other perform a video similar to Three Girls, One Cup of Knowledge, we now understand that two girls, one cup of self improvement, two girls, one cup of knowledge is really seven girls, one accounting fraud. That's day 15, hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK, Michael Burry. Okay, so I'm annoyingly calling out specific days, but you're intrigued. You're intrigued because this video started in pitch blackness. Now it's interior day and the sun's directly in your eye. Because these days are like a football play. 62, 64, 67, chapter 4, chapter 14, turbo hike. Maybe football plays annoy you. Maybe starfish is too much. Larry, you're too much in the morning. We're not inebriated from last night. We're not coming in hot, even though we're lit super hot right now. The lighting, it's too hot, way too hot. The lighting's too hot. What we're doing, though, is hoping that our smartphone adjusts while we make this adjustment, which is before this video ends, before your attention ends, can you realize that step number 6 is chapter 5, declaring your liberation, comma, quote, subatomic habits? You see, subatomic habits is a joke within a joke, and now you're like that movie Inception, where this is a dream within a dream within a dream. Now you're lost. Here is you understanding everything in the next 5 sentences. All I did was two girls, one cup of knowledge. That's all I did. What are the two girls? The two girls are two people. Two girls, one cup of knowledge. In fact, just write that down and you'll understand everything that I do everywhere all the time. Let me repeat it because you need to find a pen. Do you like jokes? Do you like jokes? You do like jokes. Matthew Power advising me on how to be DEI, a defensively excellent wide receiver. DEI, a defensively excellent infielder. Anthony Enriquez. Robot says, I'm number 1000. Larry Chang is the man. F. Ron Burgundy. Somebody is going to get rich before the end of this video. And that person's name is Matthew Power. Power Matthew. Let's go. Power top. Okay. Explaining the joke so that way your attention is rewarded. This is the joke. What is humor? Humor is the interruption of the expected. That's what humor is. This is why American people are hilarious, because it's the humor of the interruption. You thought you were going to get something that was boring and common, but instead, you're in this. Once you understand what comedy is, which is why girls always say, girls, women who are older than 22, younger than 23. Oh, tell me what you like. What kind of guys are you into? Oh, I don't know. Funny guys. This is why. And this is also going to explain everything about what we're arbitraging. This is going to explain everything of what two girls, one cup is, because that's the model. It's hilarious and it's real. That's also how I started Duck Nine. If you've never met me before, I started a company in college where I took two books: Jerry Detweiler, The Ultimate Credit Handbook, Mark McCormack, What They Don't Teach You at Harvard Business School. I combined both books together to create Duck Nine, which became ginormously awesome without any venture capital money. And people would always ask, oh my God, how did you do it? Two girls, one cup. Two authors, one company. Two girls, one cup. Two girls, one cup. Involuntary celibate, let's become amazing by celebrating how much vagina lands because of two girls, one cup of knowledge. Well, I kind of want to, I kind of want to, I kind of want to time you out, but I'm not going to, because we're going to untrauma bond. Why? We're going to we're going to okay, we're going to untrauma bond in a moment after I explain the joke thing into money. This is also going to sound like a joke, but it's not, which is Monsters Inc. They used to scare kids for energy because that was their business model. They would scare kids, they would jump out of the closet or come out from underneath the bed. The kid would be scared, and then they would capture that scare energy and bring it back to Monsters Inc. What created much more energy was laughter energy. And therefore, Mike Wazowski went from Sully's assistant to being Sully's boss. Who's Sully? Sully is Waternoose's number one scarer. So Sully went from scarer to Mike Wazowski's assistant. Do you know who Sully is? Do you know who Sully is? This is two monsters, one new business model. Sully and Mike Wazowski. I'm not going to say everything in the world is two girls, one cup, but it kind of is, which is why I acquired a Sully. That is not Tom Brady's toy. That is a visual. You might be confused. Don't be. All we're doing here is dropping fortune cookies that motivate. All we're doing here is asking people, hey, do you like jokes? Cool. Because let's tell a couple jokes as we do a video on habits. Because what I did in the time that I wasn't doing YouTube lives is I did a genius thing, which I'm going to show you in 6 steps, going from step 6 to step 1. And that is this. Step 6 is chapter 5. And I wrote chapter 5 with the assistance of AI, specifically Grok 4, specifically spending $50 a month to try to make $50 per day. Let me go over the math real quick on that because it got weird because I was talking about spending my money and getting a return on investment on my money. I'm not saying you should spend $50. I'm just asking yourself, have you ever spent $50 9 months from now, 90 days from now, planning on spending $50, but then asking yourself, hey, can I get that return on investment before that money goes out the door? Because you've got AI right in front of you, American intelligence. You've got AI right in front of you, Asian intelligence. You've got AI right in front of you, which is Gemini 3 learning about all of this genius stuff that I'm dropping into YouTube in a way that is going to cause other people to say, what in the world is Larry Chang even talking about? That's AI, AGI. Are these jokes? Yeah. It's Asian intelligence, American intelligence, AGI, Asian guy intelligence. I'll hesitate for you to laugh. AI, AGI. Oh, Larry, I'm too confused to laugh. I'm too confused. This is you becoming unconfused. Let's say you're a 4-year graduate of a crappy engineering degree from the University of Iowa. Let's say that. And let's say that you're thinking about dropping out of the job market. Let's say you're thinking about dropping out of the job market and skipping your income and spending 2 years to go get an MBA. This is the most common thing of all things, which is, hey, the economy's starting to get crappy. Maybe I should just go hide in grad school. Grad school is going to cost you almost $300,000. Let's call it $275,000. Do you want to stop making money and go to grad school for 2 years? Now, this is when I became infamous, which is you're thinking about spending $275,000 for college, a master's in college, a master's in business administration. Oh my God, you have you have a new account, Leroy Jenkins. You have a new account. You have a new account. The reason I'm putting you in a timeout with the new account is this is your 13th video or more. Just benefit from the prior videos. We're not going to meet at a McDonald's just so we can have an argument about the fact that you didn't do habit number 1, which is take any notes. Is this video amazing? It is. Because we don't have to just risk $275,000. We don't have to. Because what is the risk in going to business school and spending money instead of making money? What's the risk in that? The risk in that is the clearest opportunity cost since cost or opportunity became things, which is why would you pay money? Why would you pay money for something that you can learn on YouTube, such as, I get it. You want to go get an MBA. I get it. Hot women who are also getting their MBA are going to want to sleep with you because you're getting your MBA. I get that. I get how it's a 2-year vacation. I get it. But remember, this is one new habit looped into your brain. Remember, this is us watching a video and not judging whether or not we're liking it. This is us forcing ourselves to like ourselves as we power up this loop, which is if you were to go to business school, and this is specific, if you were to go to YouTube, what 3 topics would you want to profit from? If you were to go to business school, what 3 classes would you want to learn from? If you were to go to an institution, Stanford, Harvard, what would you want to learn from Harvard or Stanford that you couldn't already learn here on YouTube? Once you ask genius questions, you're now connecting to what I say before I hike the football. 62, 64. This is my hand right underneath your anus. This is my hand right underneath your anus, asking for the football. See these hands? They're waiting for the football. 62, 64, 67. Chapter 14. Turbo hike. We're receiving the football. We're receiving the football to begin the play. That's when the play starts. The play starts where I say a magical phrase. The numbers before that are a compression algorithm for this video, which is step 6, chapter 5, declaring your liberations. Chapter 4, step 5, recognizing your old identity. Step 4, 3 atomic building blocks. Similar to 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. Chapter 1, the habit loop. Chapter 0, which is subatomic habits. What atomic habit do you have? Did you read James Clear's book? Did you think, hey, what if James Clear, BJ Fogg, and Larry Chang were to help me write a book about habits that I would then get credit for, but also read? That's what we're doing here. I'm going to show you what I did with Gemini 3. Hot Girl Entrepreneurship Club, how are your notes coming along? Gemini 3, free on YouTube. Notice the optics where I pull out a phone and read from it versus the optics of pulling out paper, to read from. What am I reading from? Creating a joke franchise called Subatomic Habits. Ooh. Gemini 3. Combine the people's content on habits Charles Duhigg, BJ Fogg, and James Clear and Larry Chang into a new book on personal stepping towards a new destiny. What you're doing is Two Girls, One Cup of Knowledge with four authors, one focus. The new focus is on subatomic habits. Subatomic habits, personal shopping, personal stepping towards a new destiny. Chapter 1, The Habit Loop, Cues, Routines, and Rewards. Interesting. Chapter 2, Tiny Sparks. Chapter 3, Atomic Building Blocks, the 1% Rule, and Compound Growth. What are these? These are chapters that AI came up with in order to do what? In order to get us credit for writing a book that we have to read. Right now, what's limiting us isn't AI. It's the fact that we can't wire AI with a wire directly into our brain. Like this cord doesn't go into your brain. This cord does not go into your brain. The only way it goes in your brain is by you reading it. That's why it's chapter 14, part of my Turbo Hike play call play. These jokes are told slowly because you're in an auditory mode right now. The reason I talk so that way AI can understand me is so that way you would put this video into Gemini 3 and say, okay, on February 6th, that's a date that somebody mentioned. Somebody look up the February 6th. It's unfrozen now. I think it's unfrozen now. February 6th is a real date in San Francisco within hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl, with today being day 9 of hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Remember, these are jokes, and this is the punchline, is that there are currently 19 football teams that think they can make it to the Super Bowl. Yet the fan base is not so confident as to book travel to San Francisco. That geographic location, it's already been set. ESPN has already reserved their hotel rooms. Fox Sports has reserved their hotel rooms. Everyone's reserved their hotel rooms except for the two teams and their fan bases that are going to be participating in the Super Bowl. Why does this benefit you? Because you don't care if your team makes it or not. You just care about one date, which is February 6th, chapter 5, declaring your liberation, intentional shifts in thought and emotion. Do you see how you're connecting day 9 to chapter 5 of a book that isn't even published yet? Would you like to read a book from the future? Would you like to experience what February 6th in 2026 will be about? This is what happens when you're on YouTube is sometimes you come across some genius shiitake. What's chapter 6, Larry? It's called the quantum prune. releasing memories and rewiring the brain, pruning away your old self. See, your old self would go from YouTube video to YouTube video and never really change, never really have an OMG moment. So every video up till now has been a small, no impact video. This is small, 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 big impact, because this is a way to say, hey, my name's Matthew Power. I read Dan Martell. Let's do something that, let's do something. No investment required. Let's do something. Pen to paper required. Let's do two dudes who are 6'3" plus. Dan Martell's tall. Two dudes, one cup of execution, which is chapter 7, from survival to creation, elevating emotions to manifest change. Do you see how I'm giving you this stuff spoon-wise, and you don't have to buy the book from me? You don't have to buy the book from me. How much does the book cost? $800. In fact, I'll give you the book so that way you can sell the book, Subatomic Habits. Larry, if I sell the book for $800, are we going to split it 50-50? You're asking me dumb questions. You can just keep 100% of it. Oh my God, you're hilarious. I know. Part 3, stepping forward, practical applications and entrepreneurial momentum. I swear this is scripted. I didn't just pull that out of my ass. Chapter 8, habit stacking for success, layering habits in daily life. Synthesis of James Clear, BJ Fogg, Larry Chang, integrating tiny actions with habit loops, environment design, keystone habits, and stacking for effortless progression. I am not coming up with this willy-nilly. I'm literally reading this perfectly timed. Chapter 9, timing some people out so that way you can come back as not an NPC. Chapter 9, subatomic habits, financial and entrepreneurial habits, executing with intention. Do you see how this video could be turned into a book that you sell for $800? Subatomic Habits. Remember, you can't trademark a book title. You can only copyright the exact content. So if you're stealing this table of contents, congratulations. You can steal anyone's table of contents, especially mine. I'm giving you the table of contents for free. What table of contents am I giving you? Subatomic Habits, day 9, which is today, December 9. Chapter 10, overcoming thresholds. Hot Girl Entrepreneurship Club, how over the threshold are you right now? Overcoming thresholds, replacing bad habits with empowering ones. No more boob selfies, even though thank you for them. Instead of looking for a sugar daddy, you should be the sugar, and you should realize that we're doing not two girls, one Larry Chang. We're doing two people who are doing reverse sugar daddy. What's sugar daddy regular? Is two girls, one Larry Chang buying you everything. We're doing two girls buying me everything. Chapter 10, Overcoming thresholds, replacing bad habits with empowering ones. Blending. Duhigg, Dispenza, and Larry Chang. What's my channel on? So my channel's on what they don't teach you in school. And this video is done sober, even though we're having a great time, magically having our 11th tidal wave, which is part 4, sustaining the journey, integration, and long-term mastery. I'm laughing because chapter 11 is the feedback loop, synchronicity, and environmental alignment. That's a complex way of saying that we're in sync with climaxing over and over, because chapter 12 stacks upon how personal shifts create external opportunities. Is this feeling like an opportunity to you? So much so that you're scared? You're a little bit scared that I'm going to ask you something, but I'm not going to ask you anything. I'm just going to tell you how personal shifts create external opportunities, tracking progress, and adjusting habits to maintain quantum coherence. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Ladies, you should be scared. Remove your finger from flogging your dolphin, because chapter 12, pull those sticky fingers out and go into chapter 12, identity based evolution, becoming the new you. The old you was saying, hey, this guy seems like he's rich. Let's pretend to listen so that way we can later ask him, hey, will you pay for a flight to San Francisco? We'll totally join you for February 6th. Yeah, you're going to be buying me dinner first, coach. We're doing Reverse Sugar Daddy, Chapter 13, Habits in Action, Real World Stepping Stones to Your Destination. The reason that this video feels magical is I'm using AI to do 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. But I'm not doing 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. I'm doing 3 authors, 1 joke franchise, which is Subatomic Habits, which is chapter 13, which is beyond step number 11 of habits, 2026 habits. Oh, yeah, you have over 2025 habits that you don't know about, or maybe you do know about them. We're just coming up with one new habit, which is chapter 13, Habits in Action, Real World Stepping Stones to Your Destination, which is a case study from YouTube, sports, business, personal growth, from athletic routines to entrepreneurial pivots to YouTube consumption pivots, applying habits for tangible outcomes. I am reading from a script from your future. How magical is this video? Conclusion: your new destiny, living subatomically. If this were a workshop, I would have proven that this $14,000 workshop would have already gotten you value. But am I even selling a workshop? No. Not selling you a workshop. I am selling you. I'm selling you on, can you take something from the internet and make a concept for yourself? This costs $0. Feel your rectum, feel your sphincter tighten up like, uh-oh, somebody's about to put some new information inside of my brain. That's habits. We have another segment coming up called What Did I Do This Weekend? What did you do this weekend? Because what I did was three ways. I love and hate three ways. Two girls, one cup of knowledge is kind of like number two, an AI three way. What's an AI three way? An AI three way is where you get a coffee. And instead of asking, hey, Larry, do you want to come to McDonald's to meet me for a coffee? No, I don't want to meet you at McDonald's for a coffee. I don't. Why would I want to do that? Because what I want to do is show you how you can get a coffee with anybody in the world. Why? Because 62, 64, 67, chapter 4, chapter 14, Turbo Hike. That's where you give me the ball. That's where you give me the ball. Because using AI, you can come up with a three-way meeting. So remember before when you're like, hey, Larry, can I fly you to Brazil so that way we can have a conversation? Or can I meet you at McDonald's so that way we can have a coffee together? What we're doing is we're using AI to have not a virtual conversation, but an extrapolated conversation. Because when you want to have a real world conversation in a McDonald's over a coffee, you haven't prepared for that face to face meeting, which is if you really wanted to meet for a coffee, you would have done it before February 8th in San Francisco within the concept of 55 days of SF of Grok, 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Because who hasn't used, raise your hands out there. Have you ever used AI to get a free vacation? Meaning, have you ever asked AI, hey, I would like a free vacation to the Division One NCAA football playoff. I would like to go to the Fiesta Bowl. I would like to go to the Cotton Bowl for free. Or let's say you're a girl and you say, hey, I want to go to the Super Bowl where Larry Chang's going to be because we're going to recreate two girls, one book club. Do you like these jokes? What I did this weekend is a summary of this segment, segment number 2, what I did this weekend. Segment 1 was habits, subatomic habits, summed up in case you're just joining now. It's chapter 15, chapter 15, chapter 15, 15. That catches you up on habits. What we're talking about now is what I did this weekend. Instead of asking people, hey, did you have an okay weekend? I dig a little bit, which is number 3, sexy AF. Because most of the time where we ask people, hey, good morning, how are you? The how are you doesn't get met with, hey, I care about what you did this weekend. So, this is what I did this weekend. I asked myself from a YouTube video, instead of eyes wide shut, having a dangling end with a video essay that got tens of thousands of views, asking myself, what if I used AI to rewrite the ending of the HBO TV show written by Mike Judge, Silicon Valley, or Sam Raimi's Mr. Robot, or Stanley Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut? That's what I did this weekend, because you can ask AI kind of to do a lot of genius stuff. We're experiencing number four, which is a joke book called Subatomic Habits. That's what I did this past weekend, because because book club at a nightclub. When you go to a nightclub, it could cost $4,000 to buy a single digit number of bottles. That's nightclub at a nightclub. Who wants to spend $4,000 to control a table? Do you want to do that? You could. Book club at a nightclub is where you bring a book to a nightclub, showing people, hey, I know how to read. Do you know how to read? Because number five is unlimited, limitless output. What is unlimited, limitless? It's bringing a book to a nightclub and then having people say, hey, nerd, I like your cowboy hat. Why do you have a book here? What I did this weekend is ask myself, can I do more before 8:30 a.m. on Monday than 99.5% of people? You you can do the same level of work by setting a goal of before 8:30 a.m. on Monday. Today's Tuesday. Can you do more work than other people? That's what we're doing right now, because I didn't know that making 250K per year equals 0.5% of the population. That's how low the bar is right now to be better than 99.5% of people. What I did this past weekend is map. So I've done videos before where I talk about Dungeons and Dragons mapping. So then I asked, hey, within YouTube, what are ways to map within Dungeons and Dragons? And what I saw from mapping to what is best practices of mapping shows me that people can't read a map. This is what we're doing with a new habit of one map. So, this is going to change your life for $0, which is your YouTube content right now, it's not mapped at all. Meaning you're getting ADD'd into five different directions. Okay, maybe 50 directions. This is how the programming works, where your filters are getting overflowed and now you're prone to being programmed. Am I trying to program you? No. I'm trying to get you to realize that you've never tried to program your own brain. This is what I did this weekend. This is me showing you the map that you draw is how you're going to be programming your own brain perfectly into segment number three, which is the mapping function. This is the state of everybody's mapping function, which is they open up Google Maps, because Apple Maps sucks because they forgot to buy Waze. And yeah, I lost middle nine figures, but you know what? I didn't need that money. I didn't need that money. The mapping function. So when you open these mapping apps, it yells at you, turn left, turn left. And some of you guys still can't turn left because you've been in one of those ride shares where the driver, Lyft usually, sometimes Uber, they can't follow the map. Are we making fun of people? No. Yes. We're dropping the joke of if you can't read a paper map because electronic maps that talk to you have made you become lazy. There's this movie, everyone's seen clips of it. It's called Top Gun. You sit in an airplane and you're trying to shoot down another airplane. Your airplane has a computer in it. You press a button, and that heat seeking missile flies up the butthole of your opponent. They die. You've now become reliant upon heat seeking missiles. Is this some joke about Hot Girl Entrepreneurship Club playing with a starfish? Get it? Your butthole's a starfish? No, we are not talking about that. What we are talking about is heat seeking missiles caused naval aviators to not know how to dogfight. That's a problem. What's a problem now is people can't read a map, let alone topographically create a map. If you can't read a map or listen to a map, you're going to have a really hard time creating a topographical map. What's a topographical map? It's a map that helps you visualize visualize elevations. Why are these things important? Because we're trying to level up, or maybe you're not. But if you are, you've come to the right place because what they don't teach you in school is how to cartographically conjure up a two-dimensional map. When technology makes your brain dumb, that's your brain on your smartphone. Is this where I'm going to sing you my country song? Your phone's not so smart. It's really just breaking your brain. Okay, that's the problem. That's the problem. The solution is the mapping function, Waze and Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons map, Waze map. What if those two had a baby? What if those two entities had a baby? Do you see how all Waze and Dungeons and Dragons creating a new offspring is simply two girls, one cup of knowledge? Because you've never asked yourself, oh my God, he's being serious about two girls, one book, one Larry Chang. How's that game played? It's not like strip poker, which is people taking off clothes while playing hands of poker. It's not, because that game's dumb. Have you ever played that game? It's dumb, not helpful. What is helpful is two girls, one book, one you. This is how that game's played. No one can bring their phone in. Everyone has to share the one book. Everybody reads the book for 7 minutes, 10 minutes, or 5 minutes. You read 5 minutes, she reads 5 minutes. Her friend, your friend, reads 5 minutes. You have to watch the other person read. When people are watching you read, you either read faster or you read zero. That's why this game is fun, because the tension that builds up from people watching you read causes your brain to say, oh my God, I have read 27 minutes in 3 9-minute increments. I've never been able to read 9 minutes in a row ever. Cold open. What if Waze and Dungeons and Dragons had a baby? What if two girls, one cup of knowledge, were one Waze, one Dungeons and Dragons, one new mental capacity that we have, which is the mapping function? There are people in our society that make obscene amounts of money. Why do they make that much money? It's because they've aced the mapping function and they used to play Dungeons and Dragons. They used to be the dungeon master. See, this segment is on the mapping function. And so the state of people is barely can follow a Google map, can't even be bothered to preview where the Hyatt is in Santa Clara prior to February 8th. Can't be bothered with it because that's just people's state of attention deficit within mapping. Why does Dungeons and Dragons matter? Because this is the first time you've understood why people that play Dungeons and Dragons, especially the Dungeon Master, all of them are incredibly rich. Why? Because in their mind, they're not only having to map a map, they're having to take other people turn by turn through the dungeon that they're the master of. Because when you're the dungeon master, you have to stare at a map and reveal this is what the player is going towards. Now you're going to have to showcase, hey, you've got three options. Where do you want to go? I'm the dungeon master. You're playing in a dungeon. When the dungeon master has this mapping function, which is problem, we don't know how to map a map. Bigger problem, we can't read a map. Rich people are the dungeon master with 10 mapping functions. Number one, mastering the dungeon master narrates a story for players. Number two, the dungeon master uses graph paper that helps draw a map where each box is approximately 10 feet. Number four, present steps. Number three, a topographical map. Number five, time preference. Oh, Larry's talking too technical. I'm going to bolt. This is where if we stay in it, good job you staying in it. Point number six is all PQRST'd out. Step number six is PQRST out. Preview, question, read, summarize, test. Do you remember before where I talked about the Santa Clara Hyatt? That's previewing where the Super Bowl is going to be. Where do I park my rental car? How do I get to place? Let me try to get a gauge of how the Super Bowl is set up, because there's a week of parties prior to February 8th, 2026. Would you like a free vacation to SF Super Bowl? You would? Cool. Dungeons and Dragons, one of the February dates before February 8th for all PQRST'd out. PQRST is chapter 4 and chapter 14 is page 62, page 64, page 67, which is asking yourselves better questions. Question: hey, what is Larry Chang drinking? Is that alcohol? Nope, it's green tea, baby. Question: the quality of our questions, page 67. 62, 64, and 67 are ways to ask better questions. He who asks questions cannot avoid the answers. Page 62. The questions are the answers. Have you ever read a page in the book, arrived at the end, and could not recall what you just read? Have you ever been in a YouTube video and been able to recall everything that Larry Chang said? That's because this information is mapped from my map onto your map. I'm going to give you my map for free. Look, here's your map. This is Hot Girl Entrepreneurship Club. That's Hot Girl Entrepreneurship Club. This is my map. What I did this weekend, habits. This is the script that came from AI. AI, subatomic habits. That's habits, 2026 of them. My Michael Jordan jersey. You like that? Buster asks, what's up? What's up is number 7, ADD, giving players the whole map. So the problem is when you get given the whole map, you're not in the mindset of baby steps. You're getting the whole map and then it's intimidating you. But as dungeon master, you're stepwise functioning other people in a choose your own adventure, which is why this YouTube video feels different. Why? Because you get to choose your own adventure. You get to choose your own adventure. Going through the comments. $55 days. $55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Why does that put a smile on my face? It makes me smile that somebody is going to be really happy to go to the Super Bowl because their team has qualified to be in the Super Bowl. No matter who plays or quarterbacks in the Super Bowl, we'll be quarterbacking events. You will be quarterbacking it from home because you won't think, hey, I can use Larry Chang's video to go to the Super Bowl for free. That's just true. You just met me. This year, you're going to air traffic control from home. Next year, you're going to go for free. 2027 in Los Angeles. Where is the 2027 Super Bowl? Los Angeles, February 14, 2027. That's the Super Bowl that you get to go to because that's going to be the Super Bowl that is February 8 in San Francisco. That's too soon. That's too soon. Do you like how I restarted the Twitter stream? I'm not doing Instagram Live. Pen to paper, 30 gold pieces, go shopping. Into the Borderlands is a Dungeons and Dragons module. And similar to the book Subatomic Habits, Into the Borderlands is somebody else's Into the Borderlands is somebody else's created module. Are we doing a prequel sequel? We are. When I say prequel sequel, what I'm saying is 90% of it already exists. 90% you've already done. I'm just saying do something slightly new. I'm saying do something slightly different. Putting pen to paper is 30 gold pieces. Don't go shopping. It's graph paper to map. Once you play along with the fact that you're in a dungeon right now, you're an NPC in a dungeon you don't know about. Are these jokes? Yeah. Because the prison that you're in right now, that you can leave once you start to like what you're watching, is this. The world is problematic on multiple levels. We get rewarded to solve a problem. We don't get rewarded to ask ourselves why the problem exists. We don't get paid to make the problem worse, although that is a model which is going from problem maker to problem solver, because a certain ethnicity, a certain gender will cause a problem and then try to solve the problem that we caused. Those are judgments. This is graph paper to map. This is pen to paper, this is us going from listening to asking questions. LFG, let's map before this video ends. What questions do you have? What questions do you have? Because we're inside of 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. So, mapping ourselves to February 14, 2027 is another 55 days of Gemini 3 at LA Super Bowl. Do you like how I changed SF Super Bowl to LA Super Bowl? Because in 2027, the Super Bowl is going to be in LA. What is the ways part of the D&D map? What a great question. The ways D&D is when you write down, oh my God, somebody didn't write it down on paper. I'll wait for you to get pen and paper and then comment pen, comment paper, comment pen, comment paper to cause me to answer your question. Cool. Before the ways D&D is two girls, one cup of knowledge. So what I'm showing you is the stepwise function of the genius of what if Ways and Dungeons and Dragons had a baby. Because before that is two girls, one cup of knowledge. Before that, and this is what you're writing down. So your question was a good question. You're about to reverse engineer and forward engineer in a way that you've never done before. That's the Ron Burgundy joke of this works 100% of the time, 99% of the time. So, pen to paper, two girls, one cup of knowledge. Before that, it's two girls, one book, because that's the three-way what I did this weekend. And the abbreviated version of two girls, one book is not two starfish, one book. It's one book, one girl, one date, where it's not two girls, one book. You're just going out with one girl. So it's one girl, one you, one book. What am I talking about? I'm talking about a prequel to Ways in D&D. Because how we got to the genius question that you asked, which is, Larry, what is Ways in Dungeons and Dragons having a baby? I'm showing you how the fudge gets packed or the baby gets made, which is a man inserts his penis into a vagina, and then 9 months later, if the baby juice inseminated the egg, a baby gets made. This is also giving birth to a franchise, which is Ways in D&D having a baby, because one girl, one book is what a user did where they heard, hey, two girls, one book in a three-way. But a three-way is convincing two girls, which is tough. Convincing one girl, also tough, but less tough. One girl, one book is before what if Ways and D&D had a baby? Because before that, it was two girls, one cup, which other people came up with. I'm coming up with a Christian way to do two girls, one cup of knowledge, which is looping back in a habit of, hey, Larry, what's the ways part of D&D map? And that is this: ways. The CEO asked, hey, how can we win South by Southwest? And they didn't know that they were in a dungeon. Gnome, the CEO, Gnome Bardine. So the CEO of Waze asked, hey, how do we win South by Southwest? SXSW. What are the steps? So they're entering a dungeon called It's Really Expensive to Go to Austin, Texas and win South by Southwest. That's the dungeon that they're in. Remember when I talked about pen to paper, 30 gold pieces, go shopping? I asked them, hey, did you want to spend 30 gold pieces or how much did you want to budget for winning South by Southwest? Because as the dungeon master, the model was, how can you do a lot with literally no money? Because you're in a dungeon right now. This prison has weird containment zones. So, Gnome answered a fuck you answer, which is, oh, I got $2,000, which is not even enough for the flight, let alone a hotel, let alone any kind of marketing budget, right? So, what I did when I heard that was I asked the question knowing that the real answer is $0 because you don't need money to make money. That's the dungeon component to this, is that all money is bullshit, all money is fake. You don't need money to make money. Look at what Bitcoin is. It's magical internet money. It's going to take over using 9 pages of a PDF that you've never read, right? The entire takeover of the world federal, the world default currency is going to be taken over by a 9 page PDF written by a white dude calling himself Satoshi Nakamoto with a 9 page PDF. This is why the jokes not necessarily write themselves, but the jokes make people angry, which is Satoshi Nakamoto. What the F? Like, did you just make up the most Japanese sounding name that a white guy could make up? Get it? Because it's all the top electronic brands. Satoshi Nakamoto. Yeah. Did I just explain to you the derivation of that name? Maybe. What we're doing with Ways and Dungeons and Dragons is understanding how Ways won South by Southwest, which is which is not needing money to make money. So when he said $2,000, he was giving me a JBA, or not realizing that I was more Jewish than they were. That's why I hand out JBAs, a Jedi in Business Administration. Why? Because he was trying to screw with me with saying a number that was too low. He was trying to lowball me as a lowballer. Who's got the lowest balls ever? Me, because I'm going to lowball everybody by saying you don't need money to make money. This is what causes everyone's brains to be paralyzed and say, give me more knowledge, give me more knowledge, give me more knowledge. Los Angeles Super Bowl, give me more knowledge. San Francisco Super Bowl, give me more knowledge, Larry. Give me more knowledge before I take a modicum of action. Okay, this is more knowledge. You should have taken a ton of action by now. Let me finish Ways and Dungeons and Dragons. So Gnome says, I got $2,000 for you. And I'm like, does that include the flight? Does that include the flight? Does that include flight? He's like, uh, yeah, that includes a flight. Using a couple of premiums, I think it was a $1 dashboard suction cup, a box of that, a stuffed animal that looked almost exactly like this. Because when you're carrying around a giant duck, people are going to ask, hey, where are you going with that duck? And then we said, download Waze. We already have Waze. So what we're doing is we're slapping a stuffed animal on it and making it slay. Is this layer 2 of venture capital? Yes. Does an animal, stuffed animal, cost money? Well, not if it's a used one that you pick up from Goodwill. Because what you're doing is you're realizing that in this dungeon, all the money's fake. You're realizing that in this dungeon, you don't need money to make money. You're realizing that if Waze could win South by Southwest with nearly no money, this is something that you can do now that AI is in your pocket. You see, Gnome had something that other people didn't have, which is he had AI in his office. It Waze. AI, of course, being Asian intelligence, AI being able to look up a calendar and say, ooh, March 9, 2013 is going to be South by. It's currently January. Happy fucking New Year. Because most people, they don't plan for being in Los Angeles on February 14th, 2027. Why? Because mentally they can't they can't exponentially asymptotically plan to map out their own map because most people are living day to day, not even day to day, but month to month, not planning their life out with any kind of plan. And I'm not going to talk about goal setting or making a plan because people just don't do that. I don't know why they don't. Maybe you should. Maybe this could be another video, but people don't. You're, in essence, mapping Ways to Dungeons and Dragons by playing a game that nobody else is playing right now, which is Dungeons and Dragons. But the Dungeons and Dragons game that you're playing right now has very few dragons that can kill you. if you're avoiding black people who take public transportation who are crazy. You're in a dungeon. It's just got a weird set of prison bars. Do you love this video so far? You should, because it's hilarious on 2026 levels. Let's give you something actionable. Number 10, let's map before the video ends. I swear I am reading from a script and not just saying perfectly timed things. I swear. Because let's, number 10, within the mapping function within Ways in Dungeons and Dragons, let's map before the video ends. And because your pen has been writing furiously already, you get the benefit of, Larry, I'm just coming now to your channel. What the actual F is going on? This is what's going on. If you've never met me before, my channel's on what they don't teach you in school. I am not drunk. I am happily drinking copious amounts of green tea. Mm. Sometimes I drink it too enthusiastically where it dribbles on me. What can you do? So, what they do teach you in school is map, but it's a ADD postmenopausal woman who may not have your best interests at heart because, well, women leading men because, well, Dungeons and Dragons because this not this true truth, which is let's map something before the video ends, which is watching what we do on February 5th, 2026, connected to December 9, 2025, connected to November 15, 2025, connected to November 5, 2025. When you string together seemingly random dates, you now are doing the date number 5 as date number 1. Because look at me. Do I look like I go on date number 1 with a risk? Or am I slam dunking a W before the agreement even occurs? It is. And that's the ability to step towards our new destiny of what? Of number 11, stepping towards a new destiny, chapter 15, chapter 15, chapter 1515. Have you ever used AI to outline a book that you would be writing after you're successful in the future? If that book were to be written for you, would you even read it? Would you even know what to do with a time machine other than, oh, I'm going to step into my time machine and just learn who wins the Super Bowl so that way I can sports bet? What? That's what you'd use a time machine for? Don't you want to meet the version of yourself that would have succeeded had you mapped your map? Meaning, if you end up going to hell, you're going to meet the version of you that would have gone to heaven. That's what hell is where you find out, oh my God, I could have ended up in heaven, but instead I'm having to meet the version of me that went to heaven. That's a choice that's stepping towards a new destiny. Chapter 15, chapter 15, chapter 1515, which is hashtag CH1515 on Twitter. Why are we using Twitter? Larry, I don't want to use Twitter. I'm not an Elon Musk fan. Larry, you've dropped some knowledge, and I'm going to try to unlike myself. Unliking. We're using Twitter as answering the question of what is the ways part of D&D map? It's mapping like you're building in public. It's using Twitter as a map. You're not using YouTube and Twitter as Web 2, which is social media. We're turning Twitter into a map. This is not what very many people do. In fact, I would argue almost no people do it. Why are you going to do it? You're going to do it because you believe that Ways and Dungeons and Dragons can come together for something magical, which is why you're listening and taking notes in a way that you've never listened or taken notes before. This is you interacting with Web 2 in a way that is brand new, which is Web 12, which is, oh my God, did he just say Web 12? What is Web 12? It's another joke franchise that we came up with on July 11, 2025. I almost said 2026 because I do get ahead of myself. Why? What Web 12 is you write 12 sentences about something that you saw on Web 2. Where do these 12 sentences get published to? They get published to Duck9 or your own website. Why are these 12 sentences mega important? They're mega important because you've never done a book report on a video. You've never done a reaction video where there's a remix button right there on YouTube, but it intimidates people. And if you use the remix button, the other crabs in a pot, aka other YouTube viewers, will yell at you for using the remix button. What we're doing here is leaving the bucket. We're leaving the dungeon. We're unplugging from other people programming us to ourselves programming ourselves, which is algorithmically controlling our formula, which is I'm going to bullet point because it's not complex. It's simple, but it's detail oriented. It's you want to publish your own map on Twitter. You want to do bullet point number 2. You want to do Web 12, which is can you write 12 sentences in reaction to what you heard? Number 3, you've never used a hashtag before. This is the first usage of it. Your first tweet will be a hashtag CH1515. Why? Because most people, their brains are wired to show me the whole map, and I will take a screenshot of the map and then never touch it again. That's how most people's brains are wired. It's show me the whole syllabus, I'll never look at the syllabus again. Whereas the people who are successful, in basketball, we take 300 3-point shots before we enter a contest where we have to shoot 3-point shots. The way everybody else does it is they watch baseball on TV and they're like, how hard could it be to hit a baseball? They ask themselves, oh, hey, how hard could it be to throw an orange ball into a basket that's twice the size of the basketball? So when you don't take the reps and repetitions prior to the prior to the attempt, what you're doing is you're hoping for someone else to map out the next 50 videos that I'm going to watch, map out the next 50 non financial decisions I'm going to make. What you're doing is you're mapping in public, because if your map is your treasure map and your treasure map is looking sad, that's going to be a two-way conversation where I'll be able to look at your map and say, hey, your map is looking super sad right now. Did you not do one thing? Is this Dan Martell, Take Back Your Time? Yes. Is this you becoming better? By realizing the Jerry Maguire reference. Do you see how there are forces trying to play and algorithmically change the the total number of likes, where the likes precipitously drop, but you're thinking that the algorithm cares about likes dropping, or you think that I care about subscriber drop or subscriber spikes. This video is antagonistic of likes or subscribes. Why? Because the content stands on its own. The only thing that matters is, did you financially benefit from this content? Whereas trying to remove likes or trying to remove subscribers or trying to import some portion of cancel culture, it makes it really hard. Why? Because the internet is on, and this isn't one stream, it's three streams. It's Web 12, can't stop, won't stop, Chang stop. It's Web 12, bullet point number 13, which is publishing and designing your own treasure map. That's Ways, that's Dungeons and Dragons. Show me what your treasure map looks like. This is where people say, oh, I got a treasure map in my head. It's, I want to be a millionaire. And then I say, hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking bankruptcy. Why? Because when your treasure map looks poverty, you're going to be in poverty. That's the dungeon. Whereas if you tell me, hey, I started to map this as my treasure map, this is what November 5 looks like. This is what day 15 of 26 days of OpenAI ducking BK, that's what day 15 looks like, Larry. And I remember when you pivoted from adjusted sequel, Two Girls, One Cup, from hashtag 26 days of OpenAI ducking bankruptcy to hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. Why? Because Michael Burry, Larry Chang, and you sniffed on day 5 and day 15 and day 23 that OpenAI might be headed towards a dirty bankruptcy. That's why we're mapping days. All we're doing here is solving problems that people have and then making a percentage of the problem that we're solving. All we're doing is solving problems and getting paid for it. Initially, you may not be directly paid because you've never solved a problem before and then gotten paid for that problem. This is ways connecting to Dungeons and Dragons. Larry, I've never played Dungeons and Dragons before. Why do you keep bringing that up? I bring it up because every time I meet somebody who's nerdy and awesome and making a lot of money, I ask them, uh, what role does Dungeons and Dragons play? And then they'll leak out the fact that they're playing Dungeons and Dragons right now. They've just never told anybody. So, is this a secret society of people that play Dungeons and Dragons? Yes. Are we going to play Dungeons and Dragons for money? Yes. Complicatedly, not complicated, which is Dungeons and Dragons in under 5 sentences. It's a first person shooter game, but there's nobody shooting back at you and you don't have a gun. You just need to walk through and remember and kind of memorize portions that you've seen. So, within the portions that you've seen, you're going to need to be able to recall, like your dungeon is a memory palace. Is this Josh Furr's book, Moonwalking with Einstein, combined with Dungeons and Dragons? It is. This is why. Because the problems that we're going to be hunting are going to be cliche problems. Let's try to map before this video ends. Are you guys ready? I think you guys are. I'm ready. I'm ready for you to be ready. Can I get some energy here? Don't worry if you're low energy. Ladies, get out of bed. Stop playing with yourself. Grab a pen. This is going to be amazing. So, the problem that we're hunting is not an age old problem. It's relatively a new problem, which is people's brains are broken. People can't ask good questions. Brain broken. People can't read, which is why Two Girls, One Book is so scandalous, because you'll see that people can't read, and both of us are watching you read. That's Two Girls, One Book, One Larry Chang, which is we're not on our phone while you're reading, we're watching you read. It's more annoying to have a person watch you read than it is for a person to watch you type on a computer, watching you type on a computer saying, have you found my RSVP yet? Where on your computer are you? And they're watching you. It's like a coworker coming to your office, watching you type, watching you work. This is what Two Girls, One Book is it's two people who are really, really, really good looking, watching you read, forcing you to read for 5 to 9 minute increments. And then after the 8 minutes or 9 minutes ends, we pass the book, we pass the book. And so it's like studying with a person, but the annoying version, which is where I'm watching you study. Are you studying with good posture? Are you studying with focus on the book? Are you reading the book by flipping pages? Or are you trying to touch your phone? You can play this game at an airport when you watch people read a book. Most people, you'll never see them flip 2 pages because people can't read. This is the map before the video ends is you're going to be hunting for these retarded people who can't read. You're going to solve their problem with a book that you're going to sell for 800 bucks. Can you buy this book for $12? Yes. Larry, you don't make any sense to me. Why would anybody pay $800 for a $12 book? The same reason that people play Two Girls, One Book, because it's basic, but it's also cool. This is why. The book exists. You don't have to write it. This is hashtag LC9090I, which is 90% already exists. LC is Larry Chang. 90% you've already done. Let me review all that. Hashtag LC9090I. 90%, it already exists in the world. 90%, you already kind of know, but people really haven't showed you the map that you're going to have before the video ends, which is Larry, there's no way I can make $800. Well, that's because your map sucks. This is how to do it with $0. This is your map. So at the top of the map, you're going to write map to $800. That is Y, X and Y. That is Y percent. X is going to be greater than $800 because the problem that you're solving is a value of X, which is even old people now have their phone having broken their brain. So the X is greater than $800. That's your map so far. Because you think $800 is more money from a YouTube video than you've ever made. Okay. That's what you think. And it's true. That's just you experiencing truth. Am I going to be selling you something for $800? No. This costs $12. You're basically selling on your map, you're selling something for 30 gold pieces that cost you 25 silver pieces. This is now you're asking the question, what is the 30 gold? I'm so confused right now. This is your map. Is you're trying to hunt for a problem that has X amount of value. And this is why if you don't write this down in your map, your Y percent is $800. That's what you've never made before because when you do this in a video, people don't hate you. People just don't like accountability. This is why on Hot Girl Entrepreneurship Club, I am the vagina whisperer. Why? Because one, I make accountability fun. Two, I have a certain vibe that makes women curious and say, I'll do whatever he says. And then you think I'm going to make you do something sexual because that's what you wanted. But instead, we're going to do 5 things. We're going to do Web 12. We're going to do book club. We're going to do a book report on video. We're going to email, publish, post. We're going to sell one. Do you need me to review that real quick? Because that was genius. Because by selling one, you'll be amazing yourself because you're like, there's no way that I just sold one. Email, publish, post, which is, I can't believe I've never done a book report on a video before, which is book club, which is, I've never been in a book club with accountability. How do most book clubs operate? It's a 25-person book club. Half the people don't read the book. Everybody talks. There's equal talking allowed. And half the time when people are talking, I'm thinking to myself, did you even read the book? Because book critics, they turn out to not have even read the book. Let me repeat that. True story, most people who book critic books didn't read the book, and it shows from their criticism of the book. It shows. How do we benefit from how do we benefit? We benefit from this. Web 12, which is a two-way conversation where we financially benefit from mapping our progress. Two, book club. Inherently, a book that's valuable becomes infinitely more valuable if you associate accountability and a mapping function for the book. That's why we're doing Limitless by Jim Quick. A book report on a video. Most people have never done a 12 sentence summary of a video. Most people haven't done it. And the reason I chuckle is it's so easy to do. But as Jim Rohn says, it's easier not to do it. How do you publish? You can email it to me, and I'll even publish it if you used AI to do it. Email, publish, post to Duck9. Ideally, later, after 10 articles, which I'll cut you off at, you would be publishing on your own website. But let's just worry about that after you do one. What's one is doing a book report on one video. Selling one. This is where people like Gary Vee and a whole host of other cohorts really get paralyzed on, which is commanding, mentoring, persuading people to sell one is impossible for people. You lose half your audience and you lose 80% of the attention. Why? Because even salespeople can't sell. Salespeople don't want to sell. So if salespeople don't want to sell, imagine what it's like to try to get a co-founder or a founder to sell. Why is selling one critical? It's critical because if money never changes hands, it's all baloney. When the money doesn't change hands, nothing actually ended up happening. This is why the worst business model on YouTube is relying on advertising. Because when was the last time you bought something off of a YouTube ad? When was the last time you decided that Skyrizi or whatever random drug that was advertised would be a good option for you? There's some other kind of scheme scam going on, which is why people have a really hard time with business models. That's also part of the map. Let's make it easy for you. This is your model. Is the why is $800. You're hunting for people who are going to benefit more than $3,000 for what you know. What do you know that other people don't know? Is 62, 64, 67 turbo hike, which is asking better questions. That's what you know. You also know PQRST, which is point number 6 of the mapping function within segment 3. Who am I to be telling you segment 3 is the mapping function? I'm Larry Chang. And segment 2 was what I did this weekend. Segment 1 was habits. Hey, Larry, how does publishing your map on Twitter connect to segment 1 habits? It connects like this. It connects because Web 12. It connects because we're in book club. What book club are we in right now? On a book that hasn't even been published yet. It's just been sketched out. Subatomic Habits. Can you make $800 on Subatomic Habits? Let's first try to make $800 on a book that already exists before you start doing some advanced shit, which is book report on a video. Can you write 12 sentences in a row? Because I'm not quite sure that you can. You might just be a tourist. You might think that I just am going to see if Larry Chang is going to meet me for dinner because I'm a hot girl. Email, publish, post. Have you thought about emailing my email, Larry at duck9.com, with 12 sentences that I then publish to Duck9? Maximum 10, don't abuse it. Can you sell one? What one are we selling? Am I selling you my ways? Am I selling you my ways track jacket? True story. That jacket is more valuable than a Brioni tuxedo during New Year's Eve parties at San Francisco, aka Silicon Valley. Why? Because a Brioni tuxedo is available for $4,000. That Waze track jacket screams unicorn within a JBA. Is that a Jewish in business administration or a Jedi in business administration? I'll never tell. I will tell because I like jokes. Do you like jokes? Map your map your load up a Twitter account, load up a Twitter account, email me the page of notes. I'm going to get you organized for segment number 4, which is perfectly timed. Remember, segment 3 was the mapping function. Segment 2 was what I did this past weekend. Segment 1 was habits. Segment 4 is going to be a doozy. Grab pen and paper. Email me the paper notes that you've taken already, Larry at duck9.com. Larry like Larry Chang, Duck9 like deeply understanding capital knowledge, Larry at Duck9. So email me your notes and get ready for segment number 4. getting set up for segment number 4. Segment 4, creativity. So, to finish the limitless component within making $800 by selling somebody else's book, what's incredibly valuable is book club for accountability. Book club, like, hey, is book club a total joke where 25 people are in a book club, half the people or 3/4 of the people didn't read the book, but everybody's talking equal amounts on a book they didn't read? It's incredibly frustrating to those of us that did read the book, that want to meet people that not only read the book, but applied the knowledge that came from the book. This is what Limitless, the book club, is. This is two girls, one book. This is two girls, one cup of knowledge. This is book club at the Super Bowl, with today being day 9 of hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking bankruptcy. This is also day 9 of hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl, because bringing Jim Quick's book to the Super Bowl and asking ourselves, hey, how do we get a free vacation using AI? Hey, have you ever used AI to benefit at an $800 level? Is this is this your brain animal on code with being chapter 16, chapter 17, your brain animal? What we're doing with AI, because there's not a plugin for the information going from AI into your brain, the only technology that I know that causes your brain to upload is the written word or the spoken word. And the spoken word, it's slow. You think that some of this content is going too fast. This is where, if we're hearing a spoken word, do we wire our brain by, if it wires, it fires? Do we wire our brain where the information went into our brain because we heard it and then we wrote it down? Or are you hoping to have a memory that works ineffectively, where you're saying, oh, I'll just remember it? Sad face. Which is us using AI for the first time in a way that is new school, which is, oh my God, did you just use AI to get a free vacation to San Francisco? Old school, did you just tell me to take paper notes? New school, which is Screenshots of jokes never get referenced because we're never reviewing the things that we took screenshots on. Altogether, trying to sell one is incredibly tough. If you sell one, this video will be more valuable than all the other videos you've ever watched on YouTube combined times 10. Why? Because this is how to sell one for $800. Have them read 2 chapters and offer them $400 back for the 2 chapters that they read. 2 chapters? What? The book's got 19 chapters. Yeah, but when was the last time you sold a book? Never. When was the last time you lent somebody your book and then got it back? That would also be never. What about the fact that if they bought a book for $800 and you forced them to read 2 chapters with a financial incentive? Larry, tell me more. I will. Which is chapter 4 is how to read. PQRST. That's chapter 4 in a nutshell. Chapter 14 is how to speed read. There is no other way right now that AI is being uploaded to our brain. There is not that interface where you plug in and jack in. And plus, even if they did offer that, would you really trust Silicon Valley to upload information directly into your eyeball via a neural link, right? You're probably going to have to just read it. But here's the problem is I've been doing an audit on how much people read. That would be very, very little. This is 2 girls, 1 book. This is 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. This is the most valuable video you've ever come across because it's 4 segments, one $800 sale. How are you going to sell a $12 book for $800? By hunting the fact that this is valuable greater than $1,000 in value. Why? Because Jim Quick doesn't have a $9,000 workshop that Joe Dispenza does have. Why do I bring up Joe Dispenza? Because that was segment 1 called Habits. What if 3 dudes and you wrote a book called Subatomic Habits? James Clear, Charles Duhigg, BJ Fogg, Larry Chang. You could come up with the question to ask AI, hey, how does a speculative book, an extrapolated book, help self fund a trip to San Francisco? Do you need me to repeat that question? Do you need me to repeat that question? I will. Comment, repeat, and I'll repeat that question. So the question that you're asking yourself is, hey, how can I use a speculative book written in the future called Subatomic Habits to self fund a trip to Miami Art Basel 2027? Why? Because Art Basel is wrapping up this weekend, Miami. Art Basel 2025. Duck D's, did you like how I was asking you to speak? Open invitation, comment, hey Larry, I want to be a speaker. So what we're doing with segment number 4 is we're creatively becoming creative. Attention, interest, decision, action, creating a new destiny. Attention. Do I have your attention? Subatomic habits. Interest. Are you interested in juicy, amazing shiitake? Cold open. I created subatomic habits. Segment 2. Larry, what'd you do this weekend? Number 1, creativity treasure. Starting a joke franchise. See, these jokes are funny because you're supposed to come to my channel, grow, and then go. Where are you going? Well, if you believed in the joke franchise of Snowball, that would be chapter 69 of Warren Buffett biography that Alice Seibold wrote and also read, which is chapter 69. Treasure, step 1, start a joke franchise, sell it. What joke franchise are you starting? What joke franchise are you starting? Because we've started a couple of joke franchises. What is a joke franchise? It's something where I come up with an idea with you, and then you say, "Oh my God, that's awesome. Are you joking?" And I say, "It's funny and it's real." Why are we doing it this way? We're doing it this way because we're playing Dungeons and Dragons. We're not living dungeon hell. Maybe you are, but you've never been able to leave the hellhole that you self-coded yourself into. This is why you're attracted to me. Treasure. Snowball chapter 65, which is Springboard. Columbia University, page 123 of the book Snowball. Are you selling me one page of a $12 book for $800? Yeah, because I'm quoting you a page number. Page 123. Page 123. Remember, this is segment 4. This is segment 4. Who am I? I'm the guy who used 2 books to create a company, Ultimate Credit Handbook, Jerry Detweiler, Mark McCormack, What They Don't Teach at Harvard Business School. Those 2 books, I created Duck 9. Am I talking like a robot? It's because I'm doing 2 things at one time. Page 123, strike 1. What chapter is this? Chapter 16. Page 123 is worth $800. I'm giving you $800, which is chapter 65. Hashtag CHA65. If you would have grown and left, I would have missed the Jedi joke. The Jedi joke is a Jedi in business administration. It's also why we Jewish people are really good at business, is because we have a Jewish in business administration. I solved Jewish people's problems. Say sorry for killing Jesus and become Christian. Look at the calendar, okay? We won, okay? We won. The calendar says 2025 scoreboard. Like, trying to fight that is a losing synagogue of Satan. Like, stop losing and just start winning. Chapter 65. This is your Jedi in business administration. Last time I closed this book, I must have killed a bug, because there's a bug right here. Page 123. It's still there. See it? Warren introduced himself to Davidson with precise but flattering sincerity. My name is Warren Buffett. I'm a student in Columbia. Ben Graham is going to probably be my professor. I read his book and I think he's wonderful. And I noticed that he's the chairman of Government Employees Insurance. I don't know anything about it, but I wanted to come here and learn. That's $800 right there. Because you may not have asked your question, how the F did Warren Buffett go from University of Nebraska, Omaha to Columbia? Remember, University of Nebraska Lincoln, it's not a good school. University of Nebraska Omaha is the shittier version of a crappy school. Just like University of Illinois Urbana is the good school, University of Illinois at Chicago is the crappy version for people who couldn't get into the good version. We're talking about University of Nebraska here, the crappier one in Omaha. How do you go from University of Nebraska Omaha to Columbia? That would be not the $1,000,000 question. That would be the $800 question. This is what you just made $800 on, which is how did Warren Buffett springboard at Columbia? Well, it turns out that chapter is chapter 65 because Alice only wrote chapters 1 through 64. If you're going to Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger's conference without Charlie or Warren, what's valuable? It's valuable May 1, May 2, May 3rd because everyone's asking bad questions, such as, isn't Berkshire Hathaway going to suck now that Charlie and Warren retired? No, it's actually going to get infinitely better. Why? Because those guys should have retired 20 years ago. The lieutenants, the next up, the people who are waiting to take control of Berkshire Hathaway, they've been waiting for 10 years. When you've been waiting for 10 years to become amazing, guess what? It's going to be amazing, obviously, because you're slingshot engaging. This is why the snowball concept is humans have a hard time with with compounding returns. Humans have a hard time with it. 10-second timeout. I welcome your I welcome you. I welcome you. I welcome you. I welcome you to step 2 of creativity, feeling competent. See, so much of YouTube is emotionally pulling on you to have a negative emotional reaction. That's the easy way to gamify engagement. The reason this channel feels different is I want you to feel competency from a springboard of accountability. How do you get to feel competent? You get to feel competent because 5 different things, they all are easy to do. You'll never feel more competent nor accomplish more. 1, Web 12. What's that? It's writing 12 sentences on a video. 2, book club. You've never watched a YouTube video with somebody and executed video club. You've never done that. Be honest. You've never done that. Why would you do that? Because watching a video on your own is what you do when you're alone. This is why 2 girls, 1 video of Larry Chang knowledge is hilarious. We just created a brand new franchise. I'm probably going to need to write that down. Do you like how we're doing the thing, talking about the thing, while you watching me do the thing? Because creativity, step two, competence. Creativity, step one, is treasure mapping. Who am I? I'm Larry Chang. It's nice to say hi to you. On Mondays and Wednesdays, I come up with new episodes on what they don't teach you in school. This is module four, segment four, creativity. Number three was mapping, the function of mapping, and the model that we're using for mapping, Dungeons and Dragons. Two was what I did this past weekend, which is took not even 10 minutes to write a book called Subatomic Habits that I read and sketched out an outline for. Segment one is habits. Charles Duhigg's book, James Clear's book, Jim Quick, along with Joe Dispenza. Power of Habit, Chapter 1. Have you ever used AI to creatively gain competence? Step 3. I swear this is just a good script that I'm reading from, even though it feels like I'm pulling stuff impromptu out of my butt. Because gaining competence. So you might think that I'm highly competent because the script is so good. All this is segment four, creativity, after gaining competence, which is explaining duress. Oh my God. So duress is where you're getting blamed for stuff that you didn't cause. Are you a white person getting blamed for slavery? Yeah. Are you a man having to pay penalties for when your girls got daddy issues that you didn't create and now you're having to pick up the pieces? Yes. That's duress. What's uress? It's the opposite taco, the apotaco of stress. It's the opposite of duress, which is uress, which is euphemistically awesome stress. Hey, Larry, why are you so awesome? Well, it's because I read two books, Jerry Detweiler and Mark McCormick. Hey, Larry, why are you so awesome? Well, I have a lot of mentors, such as Matt Smith. Hey, Larry, why are you so awesome? Oh, it's because I got lucky with Duck Nine and Mark McCormack's IMG. I created a joke franchise to help sorority girls have agent representation. That's your S, is having to explain why you're so lucky because you're engineering your own serendipity. Running low on battery. Hey, Larry, why do you have a ginormous duck? Why do you have a ginormous goose? It's because of Jay Westbrook's conference, 44th annual bankruptcy conference, explaining your S. Duress is what happens when you're in a crappy position because of factors outside of your control. This is why people aren't as horny as they used to be. This is why people have health conditions that are conditions, because that's what dis-ease is your body not at ease. It's disease. This is the opposite of it, which is, hey Larry, why are you so healthy? What's your secret? And then you say the TB12 diet of avocados, that shit actually works. So with creativity, you're crediting other people. Look at how many times I've mentioned mentors in this video. Look at how many times you say to yourself, wow, Larry's really smart. But I'm not that smart. I'm just really creative and good at memorizing who taught me what. Number five, oh my God, this is right on cue, which is creating by DJing. So remember, segment four is creativity. And what we're doing is we're creating something by DJing things that already exist. I'm not saying DJ two things into one thing, because as a DJ, you have to hear one song and transition it to another song. That for some people is hard. I'm not laughing at you if you have an inability to capture beats and transition. But I am saying you don't have to DJ two songs into each other. You don't have to DJ two books into each other. My feet keep kicking the stand. That's okay. I'm going to forgive my ginormous feet. You don't have to DJ two books. You can just DJ initially one book. Hey, Larry, what did you do this past weekend? I DJ'd four books into one new book: Charles Duhigg, BJ Fogg, James Clear, Joe Dispenza, into a new book, Subatomic Habits, with the chapter outlines written out. That was segment number one. That was segment number one. Because point number five of segment number four, creativity, is create by DJing, create by DJing APIs, create by inherently understanding 90% of what you want to create, it already exists in the universe. 90% you've actually already done before or done already. You just need to do the last 10% on what other people have pretty much already done, and the last 10% on stuff that you're pretty much 10 unprocrastinated days away from shipping. So the concept of 90% other people have already done, 90% you've already done, that was taught to me by my mentor, Mark McCormack. You see, he realized this 90% rule, and he really hasn't taught it to other people. I will teach you it right now. 90% already exists, 90% you've already done. What did he do that causes me to constantly be reminded? Because remember, we're talking about creativity. Remember, we're talking about DJing things that already exist. My mentor, Mark McCormack, he came up with something called the Senior Golf Tour. It's a golf tour for people that are retired. So what we're doing with the golf tour that's already retired is we're having them go on one more golf tour, and it's a senior citizen golf tour. It's a senior retired golfers golf tour. This is where it's the same golfers, it's the same courses, it's the same business model, it's the same sponsors, same. It's just dudes hitting from the ladies' tees to make the hole appear closer because you're not hitting from the men's tees, you're hitting from the ladies' tees. And so the senior golf tour made for Mr. McCormack over $200 million first year doing it. This is creating something by DJing something that already exists. What we're doing to be creative is we're DJing external APIs. And if you've never used a hashtag before, this is you using a hashtag for the first time for profit and more money, which is hashtag external API. If this doesn't go on your treasure map, you are not necessarily screwed, but you are not doing segment number 3, which is the mapping function. So you got a goose or a duck and a map. Why do I have a giant stuffed animal? Because when you bring the stuffed animal to the point of sale, people are going to ask you, hey, I love geese. I love geese. Do you love the map? Nobody loves the map. That's why mapping works 100% of the time, every time. Why does it work 100% of the time? Because in the same way that in an airplane from Miami to San Francisco, it's off course 90% of the time, but it ends up in San Francisco from Miami. Why? Because the route computer and the route guidance guided you to San Francisco from Miami. Larry, are you saying copy paste multiple good books into one good book? Close. You're combining 3 books by asking AI this question. Gemini 3, 14 chapters of the book Subatomic using citations from 3 authors, Joe Dispenza, Charles Duhigg, BJ Fogg, James Clear. Because you asked the question which you're close on, which is, are you copy pasting multiple good books into one good book? That's how a bibliography works. So what you said is showing that you've never used a bibliography before. And I'm not making fun of you, but this is what Web 12 is. This is where you're now doing number 6, which is you're learning trademark and copyright, because you were worried about violating copyright because you asked the question, are you saying copy paste multiple good books into one good book? I'm saying that you got scared. You got scared that you were going to execute a bibliography. You got scared because trademark and copyright, fair use. Larry Lessig, is he a mentor? Yes. Did he write the book Copyright? Yes, which is Larry Lessig, Lessig, Harvard Law School, which is you're DJing 4 APIs, Charles Duhigg, BJ Fogg, Larry Chang, Joe Dispenza, into one new book, which you can co-author chapters 1 through 14, which is easier for you to memorize. Why are you memorizing things? You're memorizing things because people are going to have questions. You're going to need to be able to quote book, chapter, and verse. This is the whole life hack of book club at a nightclub, because people are going to ask you predictable questions that are low quality or high quality. Either way, you're going to get a chance to sell them that $800 book. For example, Warren Buffett. Oh, I hear he's retired. I hear that Berkshire Hathaway is going to suck. Very valid, right? When the CEO retires. Your response is going to be chapter 65 through chapter 73, because most people don't memorize the fact that there are only 64 chapters in his book. Is Warren Buffett going to write another book now that he's retired? Maybe, but you don't have to wait for it. You can use AI to create that new thing. This is a Jedi in business administration. This is step number 7, saying no to Satan. Just say no. Number 8, a bibliography, a big blank page intimidates. So when you're taking notes, it's great to use a small pocket notebook, because the the visual for you taking out your little notebook and writing notes, it's a great visual. It's a great way to convince people, hey, I'm here to aggressively learn and listen. That's why having a large piece of paper will sometimes intimidate you. This is why I take notes on a big blank piece of white paper. Why? Because it's overcoming the intimidation of a big blank piece of paper, which is one, start it with 2/3 of my stuff. Remember, you're intimidated by a big blank piece of paper. This is why writing 12 sentences works. Because when you write 12 sentences, oops, I just wrote 13 and 14 sentences. B, A was start that big blank piece of paper with 2/3 of my stuff. B, start with a smaller piece of paper. C, there's this Sean Connery movie where he's helping this young writer write, and he's using that technique of start it with 2/3 my stuff and then write something else. This is also D, momentum. These things are going to feel like they don't scale, meaning it's going to feel like you don't have the time preference and you can't delay your gratification. This is why it works every time, 100% of the time, which is the concept of momentum, which is if you do 2 book reports on videos per week, you will have 100 articles in 2026. Remember, 2 book reports on videos per week should take you not even 4 minutes. And I'll even publish it at Duck 9. Why are you doing this? Because you've never benefited from momentum. You've never benefited from the compound effect of doing a video report, a book report on a video. So, a book report, if you've never done a book report, is where you write 2 pages that sums up a book. This is a problem at school right now, which is a lot of people can't read. A lot of people can't read right now. You're now not only reading or listening to a video, you're also writing out 12 sentences. It becomes infinitely valuable. Why? Because no one knows what Web 12 is. Nobody does. You do because you heard it from the person who coined Web 12. What is Web 12? It's Web 1, Web 2, where it's a two-way street. You can tell the way I'm talking is not just to hear myself talk. It's to stimulate a two-way conversation. It's a two-way, whereas Web 2, it's a shit show because it's Web 2 social media, it's broken, where attention seeking and the things that we do for more and more attention. Whereas this video is not a cry for attention. This video is a cry, a rallying call for you to be curious about what Web 12 is, which is turning this video into a two-way conversation. Hey, Larry, I think you're full of crap and you've got a secret workshop to sell. Hey, Larry, okay, you don't have a workshop to sell, and this is the most valuable content I've ever gotten. I just don't know what to do next. What to do next is 12 sentences of what do you feel right now? At first, when I saw your channel, I thought this, whatever you thought. And what's going to happen is the most important person in the world is going to read what you wrote, which is you. You're the most important person in your world. You've never read something that you wrote and then profited. Let me repeat that. So, if your life's worth living, it's worth recording. If your time is worth anything, it's worth having a return on invested time. That's why if your life's worth living, it's worth journaling. That's where if your YouTube time is worth anything, it's worth writing 12 sentences of this is what happened when I watched a Larry Chang video, and then you email that to me and I'll publish post it. Or do it yourself and email publish post it. There's a company called Email Publish Post that will publish your posted emails. That company is run by Gary Tan, Posterous, Posthaven, Postly. Do I have a speech impediment? No. Those are three companies that Gary Tan made hundreds of millions of dollars changing the word ever so slightly. Do you see why LC 9090I is legit? Posthaven, Posterous, Postly. Which company did Gary Tan sell to Twitter? Does it matter? Which company did Gary Tan buy from Twitter and start again after the non-compete ended? Posthaven. Are we on Postly? Are we on Posthaven? What happened to Posterous? All that matters is you doing email publish post using some version of Posthaven or starting a direct competitor. Remember, we're talking about creativity. Is Gary Tan going to sue you for email publish post? Nope, because you are going to self study trademark copyright. You're going to self study, hey, does Larry Chang set me up to get sued by Gary Tan and Matt Mullenweg? No, that's because there's a jetpack within WordPress for email publish posting. Is this the most valuable video you've ever come across? Because now you can email publish post. Let's say all that went over your head. Let's say it all went over your head. What is not going to go over your head is you email me a summary of what you learned here, and I'll publish it on Duck 9. A big blank page that's blank causes you to be intimidated. This is why you start with the 12 sentences, and who knows, maybe you'll have momentum because we're now doing a book report. Why am I swaying? Because screen 2 is blocking. Screen 2 is blocking. Screen 2 is blocking my notes. This is my view. See, creativity is like right over there. I know it seems like I'm just coming up with this stuff like off the cuff. It's actually scripted out. I got an Asian who's really good at scripting stuff out. A video report right on cue with shouting out my Asian intelligence that speculatively specked out creativity, creating a video report summary, published post. Is that segment and is this video amazing? Hey, Larry, I feel like you're full of crap. You can feel like it, but I have I have 800 pieces of evidence that this free shit just shows you the fact that your dad left you, your dad left you, and now you have no mentors. And that's okay. And that's okay because I do not want to be your mentor. I don't want to be your mentor. I'm just here for segment number 5, perfectly on cue. Segment 5, turning around your armpit. Larry, what do you do? I turn around companies, but as a hobby, I turn around people. Turning around your armpit is taking something that is sweaty and gross and covered in ammonium. Back, remember when you used to use antiperspirant? Well, you still use it once in a while. Let's take something that was worst to make it slightly less worst. Let's do something that is similar to turning around your armpit, which is all upside. When you're turning around an armpit, you're making something that used to be worst no longer the worst. So, with a cold intro, cold open, teaser, or pre credits, that's where we're in the habit of coming up with one new thing. Let's get into 9 steps for turning around an armpit. Illuminate chemical. That's what's in an antiperspirant. 2, baking soda. Do you ever throw baking soda in your armpit? 3, coconut oil. While it is not a antiperspirant, it is something to turn around your armpit. Apple cider vinegar. Have you heard of people that instead of using shampoo, use apple cider vinegar for their pubic hair, their armpit hair, or their armpit? Where apple cider vinegar is a shampoo alternative. Do you shampoo your armpit? Because we're talking about segment 5, turning around your armpit. If it's not your armpit that smells, it's your digestive tract that smells. Remember, you said, hey, Larry, I think you're full of crap. I'm not full of crap because my crap exits my body in a perfect deuce. You see, people think that your armpit smells or that you don't smell good because it's actually your digestive tract that smells. 2 portions of your digestive tract will emit odors. That would be your butthole, all your glands, and your mouth hole. People that have bad breath, it's because their digestive tract is not operating properly. We're turning around your armpit by making your breath also slightly fresher. Coconut oil pulling. It's not a brick, it's a Bristol 4. So it's Bristol 4, that's the goal. And a brick is Bristol 11 because a brick is 11, Bristol 4 is a softly packed poo that actually floats. Why? Because that's a Bristol 4. It's somebody's practice to evaluate stool. And Bristol 4 is Bristol. Coconut oil pulling. Remember before when I was talking about turning around your armpit using coconut oil? Well, coconut oil has another use, which is you swish it around your mouth for 10 minutes to 15 minutes. What happens? Well, it's called turning around your armpit coconut oil. It's turning around your mouth freshness by doing coconut oil pulling. Are we now going to talk about pelvic floor and nasal tissue? Uh, we can privately. Two girls, one cup of knowledge. What is an armpit living area of your house? Meaning, what's a portion of your house or living area that is currently the worst area? Here's an example: the garage. Larry, I don't even have a 3-car garage. I have an apartment. I don't even have a car. Okay, well, let's turn around the garage where other people that have a car park their car. Wait a minute, Larry. Are you telling me to make the garage better of a building that I live in and I don't even have a car? Yes. Let me repeat that. You don't even need to turn around an armpit portion of your domicile because that's too personal and that's too emotionally wrought with I like how shitty my living area is. Me, I have a perfectly engineered living area. Point to anything in the back and I'll show you how it connects to monetary energy. For example, the Nike Cole Haan shoes is an external API. I was there when Jeter joked with Jordan saying, if I could just put these Jordan 7s onto a pair of cleats, I would wear them. I was there for that. And Jordan goes, I think we can make that happen. And I'm like, did I just witness? I'm getting goosebumps. Did I just witness an external API between Jeter and Jordan at a party? Yes. Derek Jeter, maybe you guys don't know, he played shortstop for the New York Yankees. He was wearing a pair of Jordan 7s in his mind because he had on dress shoes. And this is where you got to dress up to go to parties. And he said to Jordan, I would love if I could wear Jordan 7s playing baseball. Can I get cleats on the bottom of these Jordan 7s? Is this how Nike launched Nike Baseball? Yes. The mistake Nike made was they charged baseball players basketball shoe money. That was not good, but it's fine. I want to play shortstop for the Yankees. Welcome back. How are you? I want to play shortstop for the Yankees. Can't stop, won't stop, Chang, shortstop. Why? Because I'm very useful behind home plate, cheering the pitcher on, but I'm more useful at shortstop from the mental side of baseball. Putting Larry Chang at shortstop, let's go. So Jeter said to Jordan, hey, can I get the Jordan 7 as a baseball cleat? That's an external API. I was there for that. I was there for that. That's how Nike Baseball got launched. Is Jeter putting cleats, baseball bottoms on a basketball shoe, the Jordan 7. I love the Jordan 7. That's my favorite basketball shoe. This matters to us for creativity because this is point number 5, create by DJing, specifically hashtag external API, specifically hashtag CH1515. Why are we saying chapter 15 3 times? Because we're in essence breaking the habit of being ourselves, Joe Dispenza, chapter 15, by stepping towards a new destiny with a book called Subatomic Habits. Is this book a book that you have to write before you read? Yes. Is this a book that I already have the table of contents outlined? Also, yes. What is this all about? This is about us practicing creativity as I answer, hey, Larry, what'd you do this past weekend? What I did was I wrote out the table of contents using AI for subatomic habits. Does it matter how I get the $800? Your question is low quality. You're charging $800 for something that you're buying for less than $20 by asking the wrong question. You're going to get the wrong everything. So what you're doing is this. You're you're memorizing 5 pages in a book that you have not yet read with a physical copy where people will attack you for bringing a book to a nightclub. People will drag you down when you bring a book to lunch. You know how, like, well, you don't know, but I do. People are eating food and they've got their phone in front of them when they're eating fast food. Even when they're eating in a nice restaurant, they'll have horrible eating posture and they'll like huddle over their food. They got their phone right here. Pretend my starfish is my phone, and they're eating food. That's how most people eat. That's how most people eat. What you want to do to make money as you eat out, this works every time, 60% of the time, which is you have a book near you that you read when the food has not yet arrived. It ideally works in a steakhouse. It ideally works in upscale restaurants. Why? Because the people who are able to afford $60 for a lunch, they're definitely able to afford paying $800 for a $20 book. This is how to make the $800. Does it matter how I get the $800? Yeah, this is how to do it. This is what it means to sell one. This is what it means to Web 12. This is what it means to book club. This is what it means to do a book report on a video. This is what it means to email, publish, post. Am I reading off the floor? Yeah, because that was segment number 3. Segment 1. Segment 1. We're wrapping segment 5, which is creativity. Segment 6, we also just wrapped, which is turning around your armpit by turning around a garage. Nobody's going to pay you $800 to clean up your apartment building's garage. Nobody's going to pay you for that. But this is why we do it anyway. Is let's say your apartment building has a dog park and that dog park has poop that a dog left that the owner didn't pick up. Oh, I wish owners would pick up their own dog poop. That's a given. But let's say people didn't do it. You are going to turn around the armpit known as your dog park by picking up poop. That's advanced. Initially, just make the garage slightly better because picking up dog poop, that's going to be making you too much money. Let's slow down on our money making and let's just turn around your armpit living area. You see, what we're doing here is we're not gaining confidence from, oh, I know Larry Chang, now I feel confident, or he has so much confidence. We're gaining competence by, if you clean up that garage, no good deed goes unpunished, meaning somebody's going to get pissed that you picked up trash from a parking lot. I can't make this up because this is what happens when you're awesome, is that no good deed goes unpunished. Get ready for the ramifications, both positive and negative. This is financial advice. Segment 6, turning around your armpit. We've gone over coconut oil in your armpit. We've gone over baking soda in your armpit. We've gone over apple cider in your armpit to turn around your armpit. Shampoo, substitute apple cider vinegar. What you're doing is you're increasing your competence, but also doing it outside of your living area. I would tell you to make your bed. I would tell you to turn around some portion of your living space. I would tell you that the dishes in the sink that your roommate left you, or the pubes of your Indian girlfriend that are left on the sink, I would tell you to not yell at her for that. But I would be telling you the wrong thing, because what you want to do is you want to identify some armpit outside in the world and then reverse vandalize it, reverse graffiti it. What's a reverse graffiti? What is reverse vandalization? It's sneaking onto other people's property, picking up their trash, fixing it up, and then no longer trespassing. Ideally, it works in a restaurant with a dumpster area that isn't perfect. Why are we doing this? Because this works every time, 95% of the time. Because when you dress nicely and pick up trash around the dumpster area, somebody's going to say, "Hey, are you the landlord here?" Or they're going to say, "Hey, do you own this coffee bean?" Or they're going to say, "Hey, do you own this Westin hotel because you're picking up trash? Are you the GM?" You see, what you're doing here is you're turning around an armpit by picking up trash and bussing. You're in essence janitor busboying. Why is this important? Because you're going to develop a level of competence, and then people are going to understand your competence to be confused with your confidence, and you're going to get more confident in your competence for being able to turn around a parking lot just because you walked through that parking lot. Reverse graffiti. You're not allowed to repaint your dumpster, waste management, green and yellow. They don't let you paint it. So, wait a minute. Police officers are not going to arrest people for graffitiing the waste management green and yellow dumpster, but then waste management is going to fine and penalize me for painting my dumpster back to green and yellow. It sounds like we're going to need to break some rules, make some waves, and come up with a collaborative agreement. You paint my dumpster, and I'll paint your dumpster. That way, when we get asked, "Hey, did you just reverse graffiti your dumpster back to the original paint colors?" We'll say, "No, I didn't paint my own dumpster. Why would I do that? That's your job." This is a Ross content channel called Right to Repair. You don't have a right to repair your own stuff. This is why turning around an armpit, it works every time, 100% of the time. Why? Because you're reverse vandalizing someone else's armpit. By armpit, I mean their dumpster. Have you heard? Oh my God, the Trump administration. It's a dumpster fire floating in a river of shit. It's a dumpster fire. I'm not saying laugh at people that have a dumpster fire going. I'm saying, can you reverse graffiti the graffiti off a dumpster to make the armpit portion of their business slightly better? This is what I do for money is I do turnarounds. And when I talk to other people who are billionaires, hey, what was the first thing you turned around? Every developer says a parking lot. If they didn't say a parking lot, run from that developer because they work as a developer because their dad was a developer and their dad gave them a job. I'm not saying that those people are automatically bad developers. I'm just saying they probably suck because they don't know what they're doing. But I am saying every developer that I know who made a ton of money, they turned around a parking lot. This is segment 6, which is turning around an armpit, turning around number 7. Your credit card is an armpit right now, meaning it's this horrible condition, which is you're using your debit card like it's a credit card. That's not good. And if you don't even open up your credit card bill, ladies, because you have just given up on the fact that you'll ever be at a zero balance on your credit card, that's your armpit, is your credit is your armpit. Let's turn it around. How are we going to turn it around? Is this like lipstick on a pig? Oh no, this is better than lipstick on a pig. It's my sticker on your credit card, meaning we're slapping a sticker on your credit card. Let's no longer use our debit card like it's a credit card. Let's use our credit card to get to a $0 balance. Let's leverage a book that you can get from a library called Jerry Detweiler, The Ultimate Credit Handbook. Chapter 69, the Larry Chang credit card. Is this a credit card from the Larry Chang Bank? No, I don't want to lend you money and then have you pay me interest. I want you paying nobody any interest. This is what the Larry Chang credit card is you slap a sticker onto a credit card. TLDR, it's just a credit card forced into charge card functionality vis-a-vis a sticker, meaning mistake. It's a mistake to use your debit card like it's a credit card. And if you've ever gone over the authorization hold, you realize that you shouldn't be using your debit card even though you can't manage your money, meaning you should turn your credit card into a debit card. This is what you can make $800 doing, which is this segment number 7, hashtag CHA69, comma quote, the Larry Chang credit card, end quote. Larry, are you telling me I'm going to be selling a sticker of your face onto a credit card and somebody's going to pay me $800? Yes, with a straight face. Why? Because it's worth $31 million. Let me walk you through it. You see, when you charge somebody $800 for a $31 million credit line, you get to keep all $800. You'd think that you'd selling it for $800, you'd have to split it with me 50-50 because it is actually my sticker on their credit card. Yeah, but you can print these stickers up It's not procrastination, it's your brain trying to be efficient with not trying to waste time. But then you're in a time doom loop of delayed gratification. You're in a doom loop of time preference. You're in a stuck situation because of some trauma, dare I say, I do dare say, being temporarily retarded because you did some gay stuff that was retarded. Now your brain is stuck on default procrastination. You've never done one thing from a YouTube video. This is why you spend 4 minutes on AI. This is why you spend some single digit number of minutes cleaning up a dumpster at the place that you eat burrito at once a week because you have to save up money to eat burritos out one meal a week. And then you're gonna leave trash because you're like, my burrito sucked. My $25 burrito, it sucked. I'm gonna leave a mess, right? That's what some ethnicities do, right? That's what they do. And no judgments if your ethnicity has never invented anything since time began, okay? No judgments. Let's recruit Larry Chang to speak at a traditionally ethnic college versus only the best country, only the best school, only the best of the best of the best, right? So you're not even going there anyway. Let's make the best of where we're at, which is we're in a hellhole right now. You're in hell. You're in a dungeon. Let's get out. Sound good? Cool. Well, that $25 burrito that you ate that was lackluster, that's chapter 8 fiat standard, which is you're eating fake food. Don't get angry that you got suckered into eating some fake food with seed oil, okay? Don't feel bad about it. Be empowered that you're understanding this is what happens at every stage of this economic calamity. Remember, chaos, it's a ladder. Remember, chapter 19, fiat standard, because you don't believe in Bitcoin, which makes you gay and retarded, or retarded and gay, or just retarded, or definitely retarded. So I'm not going to take you through owning Bitcoin. I'm not going to take you through it. But I will say, if you don't believe in Web 5, which is the Bitcoin wave, do you believe in the US dollar? Oh, yeah, Larry. I love the US dollar. I'll do anything for $1. Cool. Well, that's Web 4, which is fiat mining. Is fiat striking back? Oh, yeah. That's why you're eating a burrito. I have to pee. when you have to pee and you don't pee, and you're like, yay, I didn't have to pee, that's not a good thing because your pee is getting sucked back into your body. So the key is to pee a lot to cleanse. And then the psychological operation of, oh yeah, let's get people to not drink water. Biggest psychological operation operating against you, which is trying to dehydrate you by keeping you retarded. Fiat food, Web 4, mining fiat. Web 12, 7/11, 25. July 11, 2025. Web 3, Web 4, Web 5, incontrovertible evidence that I coined those phrases right 2 minutes after I heard about Web 2. Remember, the creativity that you experience and see directly, you gotta admit, 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge, that's genius shiitake. So is Cal E-Week. Because look at me, I'm wearing Stanford University, Mall, California Entrepreneur Week. Hashtag Cal E-Week. You can't sue what you are gonna lose at, because in the United States, a land of lawyers, if you lose in civil, you pay. So if I call it Stanford Mall, California Entrepreneur Week, hashtag Cal E-Week, Cal Athletics is gonna look like the anus of anus holes that's a dirty anus hole when during discovery you find out that it's Stanford Mall, California Entrepreneur Week starting Cal E-Week by the dumpster at P.F. Chang. This is not my first armpit turnaround. The dumpster at P.F. Chang's, it wasn't super nice. It's pretty nice, but it's not super nice. I made it nicer. Stanford Mall, California Entrepreneur Week. Hashtag Cal E-Week. Kappa Kappa Gamma, Alpha Chi Omega, Alpha Phi. Kappa Alpha Theta, Kappa Alpha Theta. Everyone's assuming that it's Stanford. That is Kappa Alpha Theta, University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Nope, it's Cal. Why is Kappa Kappa Gamma, Kappa Alpha Theta, and Alpha Phi Cal? Because I am trying to do more Asian. Because my parents, they want me to marry somebody Chinese. And if I'm gonna do that, it's not gonna be a Stanford Chinese girl. It's gonna be a Cal. It's gonna be Cal. Book report on a Gus Van Sant video. Book report, which is connected to that $25 burrito that you're complaining about. You see, it is so natural to eat a crappy $25 lunch and say, oh my God, I'm so mad at the restaurant for tricking me. I didn't even get guacamole. What the F? What the F? You're going to enjoy getting screwed economically. This is why. Because you're doing segment 6, turning around an armpit. Remember, they have to screw you on the burrito because they themselves are going bankrupt. Forgive the restaurant for faking the food because they themselves are going bankrupt. They have to screw you. They know that they're screwing you. You're screwed. We're all screwed. Let's make the best of it. Which is, congratulations, I got screwed paying you $25, no guacamole. Okay, congratulations, you screwed me. I will now make your restaurant better, not so that way you can screw other people, but because it's so counterintuitive to improve a restaurant that just ripped you off. 99% of people are going to just leave their trash all over the place. Oh, I'm going to go to Jeremy and Russ's company, Yelp. I'm going to write you a 2-star review. Meh, okay? Meh. Instead, we're going to turn around that burrito restaurant. We're going to turn around that burrito restaurant. We're going to spend 10 hours. Why? Because you'll do more in 10 hours than some people will do all week. We're going to do these 10 hours because remember, we're going to do before Monday at 8:30 a.m. than 99.5% of people do all week. That is segment 2, point number 6, which is do more before 8:30 a.m. on Monday than other people will do all week. If you don't write 12 sentences about how genius this is, fuck your future checking account, money market account, stock market account, and GameStop share account, computer share account in the face, because I'm showing you how to get free shares of stock. This is what we're doing. By turning around that burrito restaurant that screwed you for the $25 lunch, no guacamole, no double meat, okay? What you're doing is you're taking a video, which is segment 6, turning around your armpit by leaving your armpit, leaving your anus, and going to a restaurant. You're doing a restaurant turnaround. Are you going to be taking pictures of the restaurant? Yeah. How are we going to allocate our 10 hours? Well, we're going to allocate just 20 minutes. I wanted to scare you with the 10 hours because this is scary stuff, because you've never done this before and you're not furiously taking notes. So I know that this is just going to be for rich people that went to Harvard Business School in the future to catapult right over you because you're not aggressively learning and hungry to do. No judgments. I'm judging you, which is 1. You're going to do opposite taco, Mexican restaurant pun intended. You're going to be oppo taco of what you would normally, what is normal. This is why. You're allowed to sell other people a burrito that you did not make, also for $25. Why are you doing this? Because this restaurant, when they're ripping you off, they know that bankruptcy, it's around the corner. And this is you ducking bankruptcy, not your own bankruptcy, it's also your own, but also of the restaurant's bankruptcy. Why? Because just like a crappy pizza restaurant who's relying on needing new suckers, you're going to turn around a business not coming to fruition. You're just going to be now in the mindset of, can I make this thing slightly better by spending 10 hours doing it? 1, the front door, it's usually dirty of a crappy restaurant. I'm not saying bring Windex and paper towels to the restaurant. Although now that I'm joking about it, that's actually genius. Why? Because Windexing the front door is the best thing that you can do. The dumpster, a lot of customers don't see. The other things of a restaurant, they don't know why you wrote a 5-star review on Yelp and then text messaged, hey, Larry, this restaurant that I eat at, I'm turning it around. I wrote a 5-star review. Can you upvote my review on Jeremy and Russ's website? Why? Because the first thing that I turned around that I gained notoriety for was what they don't teach you at Harvard Business School. True story, 2.5 stars. That's what the book got rated, is 2.5 stars. After I gamified turning around, we can turn that around. We can turn around a book review. We can turn around an Amazon review. Pick one thing to allocate a weekend to do. Not the whole weekend. My dog made a fart noise with his mouth. Allocating 10 hours to do some sort of turnaround. Remember, a sticker on your credit card, that's turning around a credit card that's engineered to screw you. It's engineered to screw you on junk fees. It's engineered to screw you on interest. It's engineered to screw you 10 different ways. This is where the sticker connects to the phone number, 650-283-8008, connects to Victoria's Secret, hashtag PO Box 16589. Turns out some people's credit are so bad that they can't get a credit card. Now they're using their debit card like it's a credit card. Danger, danger, danger. Secret. You get a Victoria's Secret credit card, and that is your gateway to getting a Bank of America or a Chase credit card. Why? Because the biggest interest expense that people have in their life is interest. When you do not have your interest on the correct side, you're getting screwed. Meaning if you're getting paid interest, you're getting screwed, sort of, because you're not getting paid as much interest as you should. But if you're paying interest, you're double screwed. That's why interest rate has a right side and a wrong side. Paying interest is indicative of your cost of money. Your cost of money is your interest rate. Your interest rate is dependent upon how high your FICO credit score is. Most people, and you're in luck, who are poor, they don't want to know their interest rate and they don't want to know their credit score. Are you going to be fixing credit scores? You tell me. That's what the sticker's for. The texts come once a week, paying off your entire balance. This is a joke franchise, yes. Wait a minute, Larry. Is this a pyramid scheme? A pyramid scheme is bad if it's run by white people or black people or Indian people, where there are 5 levels. If it's a Jewish or Chinese pyramid, it is 0 levels. Go to the library. This is 0 levels MLM. Where to buy the sticker? You can buy the sticker anywhere because you make the sticker. So you first sell one sticker for $20 or $800, and then you go make one sticker. In fact, I'll give you the first 3 stickers for free if you send me mail. Larry Chang, Duck 9, 2021 Midwest Road, Suite 200, Oak Brook, Illinois, 60521. What we're doing here is monologues on YouTube Live. I don't remember which segment we're on. I think it might be segment 9. When you're doing a monologue on YouTube, all I'm trying to do is speak to one person. I'm not trying to speak to every human. I'm just trying to convey information to one person. Doing monologues on YouTube, being okay with robots. The number of robots is staggering. It's staggering. It's staggering. It's staggering. What is beta chi theta? I've never heard of that. Are you just making up sororities? Yeah, you are making up sororities. Oh my God, are you a robot? Sticking to the script. Right on cue for me. Making content evergreen. Because remember, we're talking about YouTube monologues. When my content is evergreen, I don't have to chase what's sexy. I don't have to chase the algorithm. I am the algorithm. Are you financially benefiting? Doing monologues on YouTube Live, focusing on what you know. Do you see how every topic is juicy, delicious? Turning around an armpit, slapping a sticker on a credit card, writing a book using AI, going on vacation free using your smartphone. Genius, genius, genius. It's genius shit. Not chasing subscriptions or downloads. I need to chase that more. Clipping, the vibe, the energy. Letting other people clip your videos is required. Here's the problem, is not if people steal my content, you have a problem if people don't steal your content. This is Web 12 super advanced, but let's just say that the important component is, can you see something and then do something? Because most people don't. Focusing and repeating the title. Oh my God, that's hilarious because I just did that. Call to action. I did that too because collecting knowledge, calling to action, dangerous, but then again, I'm not chasing subs and likes. Complimenting the audience. I'm not going to do that. I mean, you benefit and you do a good job paying attention, so I'm not going to compliment you. I'm getting you $800 a dozen different ways. And if you don't believe it's a dozen different ways, at least 6 different ways. Thanking people. Thank you for liking my jokes. Darn it. My stand-up comedian mentor told me to not thank people for laughing. Faux community. In the same way that your burrito that was $25 is fake food, the community on YouTube is fake. It's only made real when you email or text. People that want to make it more real by charging you a workshop, I don't know what to say to those people. Here's the other thing, is the community is fake because your friends are gonna try to monetize you in the same way that the burrito restaurant, they know that they're ripping you off. They just can't help it. Have you heard people after they screw you by saying, oh, it's not personal, it's just business? This is countermeasures to a JBA, which is the countermeasure to a Jedi in business administration. Some people view it, my content, as a Jewish business administration, and they would be accurate because it's a countermeasure to what happens when initially people try to screw us, where the genius thing isn't to get all mad about the fact that they ripped you off on a $25 burrito. The genius thing is to do street smart techniques. Is that chapter 12 of what they don't teach you at Stanford Business School? Street smarts. Is it incredibly street smart to do monologues on YouTube Live? Medium. Is it incredibly street smart to do creativity exercises by DJing APIs? Let's hope so. Remixing as video number 1. Here's a problem, which I'm going to be honest with you on, is it's, can you unrobot your NPC default self, default dead, by doing one video? Can you get away from cheesy comedy into gritty, real world shipping one video? Because I've seen a lot of your channels. You have 0 videos and umpteen hours watched. Where will you remix one video? Will you go from 0 videos to 1 video? Ooh. Segment 11, the 35-year-old intern with no college degree. So instead of 1099ing into 2 faux jobs, 2 fake jobs, we're going to intern our way with no college degree into a legit 6-figure job. What? Oh yeah. Step 1 is, this is the problem. Fake jobs are being posted online to fake resumes that are in a fake tech economy. Everything is bullshit. Well, while everyone else is realizing how fake everything is, because remember, Web 4 is fiat striking back, we're going to be hunting for solutions as we hunt for problems to solve. Tony Ulwick on page 68 of Dan Olson's book talks about, page 57, jobs to be done. Intern. Remember, this segment is called the 35-year-old intern, no degree. I snortle because most people that you're in competition with, they're 18 years away from a 4-year degree at Stanford Engineering. And most people, at worst, much worse, are dishonest about how many years away from a 4-year Stanford engineering degree that they are. Once you're at least honest and say, I am 4+ years away from a Stanford engineering 4-year degree, now you've got a shot, which is, you're the 35-year-old intern, no job, let's get you 6 figures. Let's get you 6 figures. Let's get you 6 figures, which is offering to be an intern, but insisting that you attend the last conference next year. So let's say it's a conference on we're bringing 2. Let's say you're at a conference, Ultra Facility. So as an intern, you're requiring, as part of your payment, that you can self-fund Deutsche Bank Leverage Finance conference. Why? Why is attending conference important? Once you realize that people at conferences can't read, you go from 35-year-old intern, no degree, into a 6-figure job. Why? Because once you see that people's brains are broken and that being able to memorize a book, not the whole book, all 344 pages. I'm talking about strategically memorizing 3 pages, page 62, page 64, page 67. Once you are AI, but in a person, you become massively valuable. Why? There's a website that lasted for way